Well, good afternoon and welcome to a very big Fox 5 Atlanta newsroom. I'm Will Nutley here at our studios in Atlanta. And thank you for joining us on Fox 5 Live. We're going to be with you throughout the next few hours, throughout the evening and the afternoon hours, as we kind of walk you through stage by stage of this approaching snowstorm. So you've kind of seen here just a moment ago what the forecast looks like by 11 o'clock tonight. This is pushing it back several hours, but you can see the line that we're dealing with, and there's still a lot of room for change with this forecast as we're moving through the afternoon. And we'll check in with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley in just a moment. Also, the Fox 5 Storm Team's Joanne Feldman will be talking to us here in just a few moments as well. They've been busy, as you can imagine, all through the evening hours and morning hours tracking this system for us, but they're still there in the Fox 5 Storm Center right now, kind of freshening up that forecast. And so we'll check in with them in just a few moments. Here's a live look outside from our Fox 5 tower cam. You can take a look at a kind of a foggy, hazy, if you will, but foggy view live over downtown Atlanta right now. We also have Doug Evans in the Fox 5 Stormchaser. We'll check in with him in just a little bit, but occasionally you'll see us kind of pause and dip in and dip out and talking with you, but rest assured we're here. And as we start to have our crews, when they spot things in the field, we start to see some of the precipitation falling. They will participate with us in some of the live reports. So we'll have that to bring you throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And we encourage you to keep in contact with us and share your photos and videos with us this afternoon. So if you're going to tweet us at Fox5 Atlanta. Use the hashtag Fox5Storm. That's Fox5 Atlanta with the hashtag Fox5Storm. And we'll be able to share those with our audience. We've already gotten thousands of pictures in over the past few days with some of the smaller snow events that we've had and more significant events in North Georgia as well. So we invite you to continue to share those. A very active conversation continuing on our Facebook page at this hour as well. You can find us at facebook.com/Fox5 Atlanta. Here's another look at where things stand as the forecast, rather. This is what the latest models are showing us as of 11 o'clock tonight. So we have a very active situation kind of developing here with us this afternoon. And we have everybody's here in the Fox 5 newsroom. We certainly have our crews out in the field as well at this hour. We have numerous crews kind of covering all aspects of North Georgia for us this hour, as well as the Atlanta metro area. So you're kind of seeing the very beginning stages of what's going to be quite an afternoon and evening of coverage that we're going to offer to you here on Fox 5 Live. The chat window is open there on your screen. If you're watching us on desktop, feel free to ask any questions you may have. We can check on closings for you. We have a complete list of closings right now on myfoxatlanta.com. Just look at the top of the screen and we'll be able to link you to some of the latest coverage, to some of the latest winter closings. And as we get those into the station, they're verified. They show up immediately on that screen. So that's the best way to keep in touch with all of that. So as soon as we have some pretty interesting images to bring you here this afternoon, we will certainly do that from our network of reporters scattered throughout North Georgia. So as those feeds start coming in, we'll bring them to you here on Fox 5 Live. You're watching developing news coverage on Fox 5 Live. And here is a live look at Fox 5 Storm Team Live Vipir Radar. Afternoon. Thank you for watching Fox 5 Live. Here's a live look right now at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport here in Fulton County. No delays to pass along at this time because we're just seeing some mist and light rain around most of the south metro Atlanta area. As we take a look again at Fox 5 Storm Team Live Vipir Radar, you can kind of see how things are stacking up. We're starting to see some of the light colors there towards the north parts of northern Georgia, and just indicating what appear to be rain amounts there in this area that we're looking at right now. Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We'll continue to check in just a moment with the Fox 5 Stormchaser and take you live on the road out I-20 here in just a moment. You're watching Developing News coverage on Fox 5 Live. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Fox 5 Live. Here we have a live look at Fox 5 Storm Team. Live Vipir Radar, some water vapor, kind of showing you a little bit about the moisture that we have here in the atmosphere. We've been taking you out to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport as well at this hour as we kind of take a look at flights. And so far, as you can see, it's still bustling, still busy this afternoon. Just some rain that they're contending with right now near the airport is all that they are reporting, and no flight delays at this hour either. So here's a look at what's ahead as we approach 3 o'clock. This is what our Fox 5 Storm Team, Live Vipir Radar, and the AccuWeather forecast is kind of putting together for us at this hour. You can see that freezing rain, that freezing mark is still dipping into the Atlanta area. So in just a few moments here at the top of the hour, we're going to join Chief Meteorologist David Chandley for a look at what this means, exactly how these conditions are starting to develop, because we're in that window now of time where we are expected to see a changeover in several parts of not only North Georgia, but around the metro area here as well. So this is that time where, if you heard us when we were talking to the Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed at 11 o'clock this morning, he was telling us that between noon and 2 is when we're going to start to ask folks to kind of go home, get the children if we can, because we don't have a changeover at that point. But this 3 o'clock to 3 o'clock corridor from here forward is where we expect to have some of this changeover happening. And that, of course, is what Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar is indicating to us right now, pushing ahead here to 3 o'clock. But at 2 o'clock here, again, coming up in just a few moments at the top of the hour, we will have an update from Chief Meteorologist David Chandley. For joining us on YouTube, make sure that you go ahead and ask a couple of questions if you have one to us. We're monitoring the chat window here. If you're looking at us on the desktop, the chat window is at the top right of your screen. If you have any specific questions for David, we will try to get those answered for you, bring him on here in just a little bit to talk with you as well and answer as many of those specific questions as we can according to where you live. We have the Fox 5 Stormchaser out this afternoon as well, so we'll be checking in with the Fox 5 Stormchaser in just a few moments. As a matter of fact, let me see if I have him available right now, because if I do, I'll certainly bring that to you. We invite you to share everything on Twitter with us this afternoon. Let us know the conditions at your house. Tweet us at Fox5Atlanta. We use the hashtag Fox5Storm. And we will enjoy taking a look at your tweets and your photos from around the area as well. So that's kind of the situation as we know it right now. We'll have an update with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley in just a few moments, but for now, we'll take you back out to the airport as we continue our live breaking news streaming coverage on Fox 5 Live. Stay with us. Taking a live look at the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport as we continue our coverage this afternoon on Fox 5 Live. Stay with us. And you're watching live streaming coverage this afternoon on Fox 5 Live. Thank you for joining us. We're in just less than a minute now. We're going to head to the studio and check in with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley. He kind of gives us an update of where things stand. We're in that period now where we're starting to see some changeover within the next hour to some of the frozen precip that we've been telling you is on the way. We have the Fox 5 Stormchaser out I-20, keeping an eye on things in the western part of our counties, and we'll also be checking in with Doug Evans. You can also follow the Fox 5 Stormchaser, like them on the Facebook. It's facebook.com/Fox 5 Stormchaser, and you can keep up with Doug and follow him on Twitter as well, Doug Evans Fox 5, as he kind of brings you some live updates from his travels today out in the Fox 5 Stormchaser. So as we head here to the top of the hour, let's go ahead and head to the main studio right now and check in with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley for an update from the Fox 5 Storm Team. You're watching Fox 5 Live.
All right, we are looking at some light rain showers mixed in with some sleet across North Georgia, and that's what we're seeing. And we also turn on our temperatures. You can see everybody right now above the freezing mark, but it's not preventing sleet from falling. Take a look through our external camera out on the Fox 5 weather deck, and we've had some sleet fall here and right off Briarcliff Road, and that's seen being repeated all across the metro Atlanta area. Now, what we're going to look for through the course of the day is this rain changing over to all sleet and snow, and we're picking a little bit of that up here to the north, but a lot of that evaporating before it hits the ground. The air is very, very dry, and that's going to aid in the cooling of the atmosphere. And you can see over here towards Bartow County, Paulding County, all the way over to Haralson County, a little bit of a mix, and that's what's been reported so far, just some sleet pellets. But snow is beginning to fly in portions of Alabama, all the way back into Mississippi and into Arkansas and to Louisiana. This is the storm system rolling our way. So as we take the projections forward and we get into the late afternoon, we see the changeover up here, especially across the northern counties of metro Atlanta. So all liquid right now with some sleet, but we expect that to change, especially after sunset this evening and on into this evening with accumulating snow in many parts of metro Atlanta and North Georgia. We'll be here in the Fox 5 Storm Center to keep you updated through the course of the afternoon, and we'll see you on Fox 5 News at 5.
Good afternoon. You're watching Fox 5 Live as we continue kind of bringing you different cameras, different angles from around the area this afternoon. You're taking a look now at one of the Georgia Transportation GDOT cameras outside from Skyfox traffic, and this is I-75, 85 William Street downtown. Only looks like a little problem there, slowing things up downtown. We also have the Fox 5 Stormchaser out on the road. You saw that just a second ago. Our Doug Evans is in Chaser, and he is heading west down I-20. Let's see if we can peek in here with Doug and see if he's available. There, it kind of gets scrambled because, you know, we have the cell service is a little spotty out there, but there you can see the hood of the Fox 5 Stormchaser now making its way down I-20. Not encountering a lot of snow, but Doug has told us from time to time that they have experienced some sleet on the way out there this afternoon. So we will check in with Doug a little bit later, and also on the way, Chief Meteorologist David Chandley, who told us again that this is the time when we're going to start to see the changeover, and you can see the forecast there as we look ahead to 8 o'clock Wednesday. It is a much different picture than what we are seeing outside right now. So we're going to tag along here with Doug and the Stormchaser. We'll check in with you from time to time as we continue our live streaming coverage on Fox 5 Live. You're taking a live look now at the Fox 5 Stormchaser heading west on Interstate 20. Not encountering a whole lot yet, but we expect this picture to change certainly as the afternoon moves on. In just a few moments, we're going to be speaking live with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley here at Fox 5 Live. So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask those right there on the chat window to the right-hand side of your screen that you see there on your YouTube page. Let us know kind of where you are, where you're watching from this afternoon, and any questions that you have for him. And we'll try to answer those as best we can as we kind of work to understand more about what's going to change over and when. So you can ask those as well, or you can tweet us with the hashtag Fox5Storm. That's hashtag Fox5Storm, and ask any questions that you have this afternoon as we continue our live streaming coverage on Fox 5 Live. Here's a look at your Skyfox traffic at this hour. In just a minute, we'll be checking in with Katie Beasley in the Skyfox Traffic Center, and she'll provide us a more detailed update as what you're seeing now. But that's a look at live Skyfox traffic. All right, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us on Fox 5 Live. We're here in the newsroom now, and a familiar face that you may recognize. This is meteorologist Jeff Hill joining us here. Let's try your mic out, Jeff. Say hello to fine people.
Hello, hello,
Okay,
hello.
I think we can hear you out there.
Fine folks of North Georgia.
That's right. So we have folks on our Facebook right now taking a look at us, as well as our YouTube channel, which is where most of everybody's streaming us from right now. So if you have any questions from your neighborhood that you want to know in regards to timing, we'll answer certainly what we can. But even this close, it's just it's a matter of where these temps are falling, I guess.
It is, and you know, I mean, two things we know for sure. North Georgia, north of, let's say, Lake Lanier, north of Rome, they're going to get the brunt of the snow. South of Atlanta, probably not going to see much at all. It's that gray area in between that's the big question mark. You know, how much snow do we see in the immediate metro area, especially along and north of I-20? So, you know, as we go through the rest of tonight and we continue to look at the Fox 5 Live Viper right now, it's showing where that demarcation line is right above Birmingham. Now, that's some mixed, probably rain and sleet, maybe a little bit of snow in there, then turns to all snow up near Huntsville, back over toward Tupelo, Mississippi, over into Little Rock. If you look at that orientation, it's from southwest to northeast. There's really not any great reason why that orientation line would change as we head into later on tonight. So if you extrapolate that northeastward, then you would have a line pretty much from Rome, north of Lake Lanier, up toward Dahlonega, maybe up toward Helen. That's where the heaviest rain, or excuse me, heaviest snow would fall. So then you're talking, it's anybody's guess. You know, it could be 6 to 8 inches of snow, could be a little bit less. There's going to be a lot of water content with this snow. It's not that fluffy, you know, if you've ever been out west, that fluffy, powdery snow where it just piles up like crazy. This is going to be wet snow that compacts as it falls. So maybe the actual snow totals will be a little bit less. But anyways, the heaviest snow is going to be in the North Georgia mountains, and it's just that little gray line in between. Now, what we're thinking is probably at least an inch or two in metro Atlanta. It's going to be a heavy, wet, slushy snow. The one thing we have in favor for us tomorrow is, unlike last year, it started to snow, the temperatures they plummeted.
Got some rising temperatures.
Yeah, well, at least they'll stay steady. So last year we went from, you know, I think it was like around 30 when it started. The next morning it was 13. You know, it froze instantly. Tonight it's going to stay right around freezing. And then by tomorrow we'll be back into the low 40s at least.
Are you surprised by the totals, you know, the range of totals that we're expecting here? This seems abnormal, or is it abnormal, I guess?
It's a big system. It's a big system. It's got a lot of moisture with it. It's a very powerful system. So no, I'm not really surprised at the range of snow totals that we're expecting. And this right here, basically the hour-by-hour rainfall amounts we were showing. Put that back on. Let's take a look at that, because that's interesting. So if in a normal, well, not in a normal, but in the worst case scenario, if you want to put it that way, for snow is to do a 10-to-1 ratio. So if you have an inch of snow, if it's a very dry atmosphere, you're going to get 10 inches. If you have an inch of rain, you're going to get 10 inches of snow.
Wow.
Okay, that's a 10-to-1 ratio. This one's probably going to be closer to maybe a 7-8-to-1 ratio. So an inch of liquid precipitation would give you maybe 7 or 8 inches of snow. That's for the North Georgia mountains. Closer to Atlanta, if we get an inch, as that map was showing, an inch of rain, then that inch of rain would translate, as you get closer to Atlanta, maybe the ratio is only 4-to-1, 5-to-1.
We can kind of see it
At the
moving a little bit.
most.
I think they're working on refining those models there. So there's 4 o'clock Wednesday. You can kind of see the difference in here. We do have some folks talking
there you
to
go.
us right now, asking some questions. We have somebody streaming us this afternoon from Bartow County and also in Midtown. So what are kind of the differences we're looking at compared from Bartow County all the way down to Midtown?
Bartow County obviously is going to be a little bit closer to the area that's going to see the larger amounts of snowfall. They'll be on the southern edge of that. So Bartow County, probably 2, 3, 4 inches of snow, depending on what part of the county. It may be all rain too. I mean, it's something we have to watch. You know, that line may be a little bit farther north in Bartow County. Midtown, probably just, you know, a mixture of rain, sleet, and snow. Temperatures staying near freezing overnight tonight. The roads are treated. The major interstates are treated. I think they'll be fine tomorrow morning. It's just the side streets, the bridges, and overpasses, which could get a little bit icy. Again, it's all, you know, we're waiting to see how this monster evolves. But right now, that's the way it looks. In and around the city of Atlanta, you're talking probably mainly a rain, snow, sleet mix. And then, again, by tomorrow, if you just wait, if you don't have to be to work early, if you can wait till noon, by noon, temperatures will be so far above freezing, we'll have no problem.
We have a lot of folks that are concerned about power outages. Obviously,
Right.
we just came off of a system that produced some significant power outages. Some questions about that as well. It's hard to tell. I guess it depends on the amount and how it forms in that area. But is this something that we're looking at in terms of widespread power outages, like an ice storm, or maybe less severe?
Not in the immediate metro area, the most populated counties of Cobb and DeKalb and Fulton and Gwinnett and Clayton, Fayette, over toward Rockdale, and throw them all in there, all the ones right around Atlanta. But as you get farther to the north, where the snow is going to be the heaviest, as we were saying earlier, it's got a big liquid content with it, so it's a heavy snow. And as that falls on the trees and sticks to the trees, it's not going to be ice. It's going to be a lot of heavy snow, and that certainly, especially with pine trees, can bring down limbs, which, if they're close enough to power lines, can bring down power lines. I don't think the weight of the snow itself isn't going to bring down the power lines. It'll be tree limbs hitting power lines that could cause that problem.
Around the same time last year, we were here talking about this very same thing. It was a little bit different scenario, as you've pointed out. But, from your perspective, you've seen the communications now, not only from the weather, the different channels that you guys talk through and coordinate as well, but also what emergency folks are doing. I mean, does it seem that people are really reacting to this the way that they should be at this point?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's been ramped up tenfold since last year, which is a good thing. It's horrible what happened last year, but look what resulted of it.
Right.
We've got so much more being planned ahead of time, which probably should have been done in the past. Now if this one doesn't materialize right over the city of Atlanta, so be it. At least the local government municipalities did what they needed to do to prepare for this to be the worst case scenario.
Jeff, thank you so much. I appreciate your time this afternoon. We'll leave you folks with a look at Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar. Jeff will be checking in with us this afternoon, and we'll, of course, keep you updated as things develop here this afternoon. We'll check in with Stormchaser in just a few moments. You're watching live developing news coverage on Fox 5 Live. Stay with us. You're watching streaming live coverage on Fox 5 Live this afternoon. Hello, everybody, from our studios here in Atlanta. I'm Will Nunley. We are, as you can see right now, out on the road in the Fox 5 Stormchaser. We have our own Doug Evans, who's out there right now with Chaser, and he's in Cedartown. Doug, can you hear me?
I can, Will.
Talk me through where you are and what you're seeing right now.
Yes, sir. We are right along State Road 27 in Cedartown. The snow is really coming down now, big, fat flakes of it. We drove from Buchanan toward Rome, stopped here in Cedartown. Along that ride on State Road 27, we saw a mixture of rain, then rain mixed with sleet, and then light snow. We got here to Cedartown, and it was just some flurries, and then all of a sudden it really started to come down, and we're starting to see some accumulation now. It's not sticking to the roadways, it doesn't appear right now, but it is starting to accumulate on the colder surfaces, like the grass, certainly on the car itself, and upon anything else that's cold that will allow that snow to stick to it. These are big, big flakes that are coming down right now, big wet flakes. And so that's the story here in Cedartown. We're going to continue our drive from Cedartown all the way up to Rome eventually this afternoon and bring you the snowfall as it now enters West Georgia. Bill, back to you.
Yeah, it's an impressive sight for sure. We're seeing some plenty of trouble there at the exit where you are, but so far does it seem like people are kind of taking notice, slowing down a little bit, and you said the roads are in good condition?
Yeah, well, the roads are in pretty good shape right now. The one thing that we are definitely seeing in our drive is that there's the traffic is not very bad at all. We're seeing fewer cars on the roadway. You know, this area is part of Governor Deal's state of emergency that started up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It is also in the National Weather Service storm warning area. This is the area that everyone from Chief Meteorologist David Chandley on has predicted that the snow would first enter Georgia and the western counties and then spread east through the entire region. Now, there's some, debate among meteorologists about where that snow-rain mix line is. We are certainly on the snow side of that line right now in Polk County.
Absolutely. All right, thank you, Doug Evans. I appreciate you joining us this afternoon. We'll check in with you a little bit later.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's Doug Evans there in the Fox 5 Stormchaser, Polk County, taking a look at an impressive picture that you can see there live from the Fox 5 Stormchaser. So you're seeing that as it comes into us this afternoon. Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar again showing a pretty significant changeover. You can see there the Huntsville-Birmingham area, but even though it has some different shading for us, as you can clearly see from what we're seeing here on Stormchaser, the change is happening there in Polk County. The good news out of all this is driving conditions are looking good, at least for that particular area. So that's a good report from Doug as he kind of sets that up. And we'll be checking in with him a little bit later. And as our correspondents kind of check in with us throughout the area and throughout the afternoon, we will continue to bring you live reports as we kind of link up with them. And one of them that we're going to link up in with right now is Skyfox Traffic. I can't talk right now. Katie Beasley.
It's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long day, and it's just getting started, so who knows what I'm going to sound like by midnight tonight. But let's talk traffic here. We've manned the traffic, obviously, all morning long. Mm-hmm. Now we're working into the afternoon hours. From what you've seen from the cameras, does it appear to be a normal traffic day to you so far, or do you think that folks are kind of heeding the warning?
Definitely heeding the warning this morning. We saw a much lighter rush hour, which was really nice to see, kind of a relief to see, actually. There were a lot fewer cars out there this morning, and so we're not seeing that typical evening rush hour. We are starting to see things ramping up right now. We've got delays really all over the metro area. Our folks heading home right now, it's when it's happening. Everybody's kind of heading out all at once. Now, we don't have any ice reports coming in from DOT just yet. We're going to be watching those, of course, as you see this snow coming down right now. But the only ice report we do have is up in Fannin County with one area there of State Route 60. But right now, some delays if you're heading out the door. This is where the delays are currently of folks heading out the door all at once here now that the snow is falling. So the downtown connector heading southbound, you've got delays there stretching about 17 minutes from Brookwood to Langford Parkway. A few delays on the south side on 75 southbound there. The top and perimeter, we've definitely got delays stretching about 20 minutes from 400 over to 85 heading eastbound, and westbound down 13 minutes from 400 to 75. So both ends at the top end perimeter are also pretty heavy right now. The east wall and the west wall. The west wall, the worst delays are also going to be southbound there. Your east wall, it's northbound and southbound, stretching between I-85 and Stone Mountain Freeway. A few other spots I want to hit here.
Yeah.
The big three, if you're heading northbound home, I normally talk southbound in the morning with morning rush hours, but in the evening it's definitely northbound, and we've got those delays there. So the big three checking. 85 is going to be the worst right now, 15 minutes from 285 up to 316. 400 is 12 minutes from 285 up to Holcomb Bridge, and then 75, that's going to be about 15 minutes from 285 to 575. I don't expect those to get too much worse as we move through the evening, but they might. So we're going to keep an eye on those, of course, and we'll have you the latest for you at 5 and 6. Of course, you can follow us right now, Skyfox Traffic. We're tweeting along trip times. We're tweeting along any kind of incidents that we see out there, and we're retweeting a lot of other agencies in the area. Whatever they say is happening in their area, we're retweeting that so you can see that as well. And of course, you can follow us at Skyfox Traffic or at KDB Fox 5. So we're going to be here for the long haul.
And we have plenty of you streaming along with us right now and watching this. So if you have any questions real quick for Katie, feel free to ask those in the chat window that you see to the right of your screen if you're looking at us on desktop, and we'll try to ask those, for what Katie can tell at this early stage in the game, and we're at the very top end of what would normally be rush hour. But the schools being out this time seems to help. And we were talking just a moment with Jeff Hill, who was saying it seems like we've learned a lot of lessons this time around. We're looking at a much different picture right now than we were this time last year.
Absolutely, a totally different picture. We had all schools in session last year when the gridlock happened, and everybody leaving at one time. Today they've been staggered a little bit more. We saw things starting to get busy right around lunchtime at noon. That's when the government offices closed down, so that's when things started to get a little bit busier on your roadways. So from noon till about now is when we've seen just a little bit of pickup in the folks trying to head home. But like I said, this morning rush hour was very, very light. We barely hit delays on some of your main interstates, so that is really going to help. So many folks have sat at home this morning and really taken that heed, that warning seriously, and stayed at home for this long haul, because it's going to get bad throughout the day. I mean, it's going to get worse. You can see the snow already really, really coming down.
And that's coming down in an area where radar, at least, and some, what our radar was showing just a second ago, we can pull that up here, was not showing in Polk County, I guess, a tremendous amount of that changeover, but it's clearly happening there. So that is what we were checking in just a moment ago, and you saw Stormchaser in motion, kind of looking at that. So impressive show already underway.
Our DOT camera showing some snow too on some of it. We were looking at the west wall of 285, and we were also looking at 575 and 75. So we're starting to see those big flakes coming down on our DOT cameras too. So it's happening.
Head home.
Yeah.
Head home. Get where you need to be.
Absolutely.
And safely get there and stay there. We're certainly Skyfox Traffic's Katie Beasley. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, spending a little bit of time with us. We're going to leave you now with a look at Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar as we continue our live streaming coverage on Fox 5 Live. Stay with us. More news and information on the way. this is I-575 between Barrett and Chastain heading. Take a look at this on your screen. Again, Skybox traffic kind of sending out this alert to us this afternoon from one of our 511 cameras. We're able to see this accident. This may be kind of a telltale sign of what we're going to see throughout this afternoon as we continue to have snowfall in the area. But this is one of our live Georgia Department of Transportation cameras here out 575. Doesn't look like a major incident at this point. Cars kind of pull over there to the side of the road from what it appears, but certainly the emergency crews are going to be on the way to that location, and it's going to begin a slowdown. But this is where we're starting to see this changeover. We're starting to see clearly from this picture an impressive amount of snowfall already on the roadways this afternoon. You're watching live streaming coverage on Fox 5 Live. So this is the scene right now on 575. We do have a little bit of an accident there off to the shoulder. Expect some emergency crews to be arriving in that area shortly, but you can see a pretty impressive snowfall already beginning there from our DOT cameras this afternoon. Welcome to Fox 5 Live. This is our web stream here on YouTube and on myfoxatlanta.com. And we will continue to keep you posted on news events as they happen throughout the snowstorm. Using this channel, we're going to take you live to any press conferences that state or local officials have, as well as checking in with our crews from time to time as they get in place at points all around North Georgia this afternoon. One of those points that we're taking a look at here is this DOT camera, just slipping and sliding out there. A few cars kind of having a rough afternoon. Another one of the vehicles that is on the road this afternoon is our own Fox 5 Stormchaser. We talked just a moment ago with Doug Evans as he was kind of checking in on conditions around where he was in Polk County, and you can actually see Doug right there kind of getting ready for a report. But if you look out his window, you can see some of the snow on the ground there, and that is kind of what we are looking at already. That is a live look inside the Fox 5 Stormchaser. And our own Doug Evans, quite the weatherman himself. No better person to have in the passenger seat this afternoon. This was the area where we thought we would see the changeover first as we take a look at Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar this afternoon. There are more of those pink and white colors kind of moving their way into metro Atlanta, but we know that this snow event is well underway at this point. So we are going to continue to watch conditions, check in with SkyFox traffic, check in with the Fox 5 storm team. We spoke with Jeff Hill last hour answering your questions. We're going to talk with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley coming up just after he delivers an update on television. So coming up in just a few moments, about 5 minutes from now, as a matter of fact, we're going to check in again with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley, get an update from him as to where things stand and on television on Fox 5, so you can watch that there. Then he's going to come in here to our studio in our newsroom, and we'll take your questions about the timing of things, how things are looking. So if there's anything that we can answer for you, we'll certainly try. This is a look, and I'll leave you with this. This is Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar, just about 4 minutes away from checking in with Chief Meteorologist David Chandley. We appreciate you streaming along with us on Fox 5 Live.
This is a Fox 5 Storm Alert.
I'm Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandley. The winter storm has begun across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Take a look at Fox 5 Live Vipir right now, and it's covered up in precipitation. Rain, sleet, and snow showing up right now across the metro Atlanta area. Reports of sleet all across the area, and here in town now, big snow flakes all the way through Cobb County, portions of Bartow County, Paulding County, and out in Polk County in Cedartown. In fact, right now, a live look from the Fox 5 Stormchaser. Meteorologist Doug Evans is aboard there, heading out Highway 27 just north of Cedartown, and look at the flakes a-flying, and this is going to be repeated hour after hour and place after place across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Temperatures still above freezing, but you can still have snowflakes in the mid-30s, and we're going to cool that atmosphere and start seeing accumulating snows, and we'll be monitoring that here throughout the course of the afternoon and evening. Of course, we've been looking at your pictures you've been sending through Facebook and Twitter. Thank you, Fox 5 viewers. They have been awesome. They're ground truth for us to look at, like this image coming right out of Smyrna by Mark Casey. Awesome on the back deck. We also have pictures coming in from Ackworth out there in northern Cobb County with the snow from Shanta. Appreciate those photos coming into our Facebook and Twitter accounts. How about Gwen in Dallas out there in Paulding County? Look at those big flakes full of moisture. And there you're in Polk County where the Fox 5 Stormchaser is right now. And we expect to start seeing accumulating snow as the afternoon goes on. We're going to be here throughout the course of the afternoon. You can follow us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter. We'll continue to give you updates and, of course, complete team coverage of what's going on with this winter storm beginning on Fox 5 News at 5.
For the latest on Georgia's severe weather, depend on Fox 5 News. We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
Welcome to the Fox 5 Live channel, watching live streaming coverage this afternoon. Thank you for joining us on YouTube and wherever you're streaming from this afternoon as we continue to bring you kind of live information of our approaching winter storm. I'm joined this hour by the Chief. This is Chief Meteorologist David Chandley, who's going to kind of tell us where we are with things right now, and we're starting to see this
unfold.
This changeover that we've been talking about now for days.
And we're going to see more of a changeover. We're going to see the onset of the precipitation that we've seen so far today has been rain, and then it was sleet, and then we had some snow roll in here as well, and that's going to continue now through the course of the afternoon. You see our temperatures holding in the mid-30s, but that column of air, I think, will cool, especially across the northern counties where the air is still fairly dry, and there's enough spread there between the dew point and the temperature. And once we can get that saturated, if we can get it down around 33, 32, we're going to have significant snowfall across the region for many hours to come. Now, down on the south side, it's just rain, but you see some of the higher reflectivity probably indicating that there is some sleet involved in that.
We've been talking all day since early this morning and even a little bit yesterday about this changeover time. We've been talking about that 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock hour. Sure enough, at the start of 2 o'clock, we were live there in Polk County with Stormchaser, and we saw it happening. This is the timing of this now is starting to really pick up. It seems like it's more and more swift now.
Well, once it changes over, what I'm saying is we could have a little changeover back briefly, and then I see it rolling in here from Alabama. It's just all sleet and snow now, certainly in the northern parts of that state, back all the way back into Mississippi and Louisiana. So we've got many, many hours to go. Here's one of the projections that we've been working on in the Fox 5 Storm Center right now as far as snowfall totals. And everybody looks at this and they want the lines to be all nice and neat. And you look up there in Cherokee County, it's like, oh, great, I'm going to get 4 inches of snow. Well, I mean, it can waver from 20 to 30, 40 miles I've seen on something like this. And so, I've always said with snowfall, there's going to be some people that are surprised and some people that are disappointed. That's just the way that it works out. The weather doesn't know where we drew those lines, but this is our best prognostication on that. And it's going to be a sharp gradient where it's like in the summertime when you get these rain bands in here. Some areas get real heavy rain as far as an inch or two, and others not so much. Same thing happens with a system like this with snow.
Is this one of the hardest things to predict?
No doubt. Because of those variables, because if you're dealing with temperature, you're dealing with the melting of the snow. In other words, that projection right there assumes that that's going to fall on the ground, but already you're getting snowfall, and if you're not getting accumulation, then and it's melted, then that's an inch kind of taken off. But it's still snowed an inch. Right. People look at the snowfall accumulation, and that's what they want to have, and they put the ruler out there in the ground at the back deck. They want to see that. And you're dealing with such a large audience too. Look at that. You've got, obviously the weather in Dahlonega is a whole lot different than Dallas, and the snowfall totals are going to reflect that.
And we're border to border with this. It seems like almost at this point.
Yeah, certainly things are going according to plan as far as where we're seeing the frozen precipitation right now. Now we're just waiting on the duration of this event and to see where the heavier snowfall totals are going to be. So another key component is here it is, after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in about 3 hours we lose sunlight. And that's always a key that I look at. So what's going to start happening at 7 and 8 o'clock this evening is going to be key.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've been talking earlier about some of the power outages that we experienced last week, over the weekend. Do we see a lot of power outage kind of widespread with this system, or is this a different type of precip with a different type of...
It's a different type of precip. However, because it's wet snow, because that's heavy snow, if you get some accumulations that are pretty substantial on some power lines and trees, you can have power outages. I think that icing conditions that we saw back 10 days ago or so, far more a concern with the power outages because of the coating of the ice and the weight of the ice. Mm-hmm. Still, with a snow event like this, with the moisture content of the snow, you could have some power outages, yes.
Now it's time to be off the roads, get off the roads if you can, or we still have a little bit more time to navigate here?
Well, I think you do have time to navigate if you've got to get someplace. They're not going to ice up. This is very important to note that it's not going to be like the big event last year that everybody thinks about. We don't see the intrusion of Arctic air in here, temperatures dropping down into the 20s and everything freezing. Now the roads are going to be slick because A, they're wet, and B, you have snowfall or sleet falling that can produce icy spots. I think more of the concern is going to be later tonight and early tomorrow morning, where you get a more consistent run of temperatures right around 32.
We've been checking in with some of our Skyfox traffic cameras. We're trying to tune one in here. David, this is I-285. It looks like near the ramp there. It kind of goes in and out as Georgia DOT is doing that. But this is kind of what may be a little bit of the afternoon. It's even
Sure.
though it may not be snow and ice, it's still slick.
Yeah.
It's still catching people by surprise. It looks like that's what we're seeing. And you know, we want folks to know that the Fox 5 Storm team is taking this event very seriously.
Oh, no
You know,
doubt.
we have crews everywhere, and we've taken a lot of preparations for this.
Right, that's what you want to see. You want to see, you know, we love the live reports. We love people's pictures on Facebook and on Twitter. It's verification for us, ground truth, we call that.
Absolutely.
And, you know, if you can do it safely, obviously in a winter event, it's fine. You go outside, take a picture, and come back in. Driving, we want people to be careful. Don't be shooting anything while you're driving. But it tells us a lot. Be able to see that. You know, when that initial report from the Fox 5 Stormchaser out in Polk County showed the big flakes coming in, it was like, okay, there you go, and you looked on the radar, and there it was. So,
And we'll leave you with this here. This is Fox 5 Storm Team Live Vipir Radar. Chief Meteorologist David Chandley, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
thank you,
And,
Will. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Absolutely. So we're going to be checking in with you on the air in just a few moments here. Again, at the top of the hour, certainly, if not before then, as we kind of start to experience a little bit of this changeover. And we appreciate that everyone who's helping to tell the story this afternoon, like you said, by sending us your pictures and video. We are receiving them. And if you've downloaded the free Fox 5 app, the free Fox 5 News app, there is a place called U Report right there on the side where you can take a picture from your phone and send it right into us. And I'll actually pull my phone up here in just a moment and show you where that is, because it's really easy for us to get information that way. So if you've had a chance to download you know, certainly that's how you can send something to us. Again, let's take a look at this Skyfox traffic report coming in here from I-285. You can kind of see where a little bit of that is. It's having a hard time communicating. Maybe some of the rain's playing a factor in that this afternoon, but certainly that is something that is a little bit of a travel concern already early on this afternoon. So we were talking just a second ago about the free Fox 5 News app, and let's take a look at that. Around. Put my camera here and I'll give you a quick tour of that. And it's kind of rustic here as I'm just going to hold it up to the screen, but I want you to see where you can actually send this in to us, where it's easy for your pictures and video to get to us. So if you're using this on a normal Android phone like this is kind of the home screen that you'll see when you first pull it up, and then you have the navigation up here in this top corner. From there, you have all of the different menu options where you can reach us this afternoon. I'm sorry, where you can see the news content that we're delivering. We also have the U Report tab here. And what that does is it opens up a little menu. We'll see if you can see it there. It's kind of hard to focus in, but that menu there shows us again where you can upload your photos and videos, and this sends it through the app and instantly here to our newsroom, so we're able to take those photos and videos in. We appreciate the thousands of photos and videos that we've seen so far, so thank you so much for sending those in. And we are taking a look at it. It helps to tell the stories from across our viewing area this afternoon. So that's where things stand right now. And here's the best case winter storm scenario. That's kind of, you see this dividing line, it's going to change a lot. And we expect this to change even more throughout the afternoon. But that's kind of where things stand at this point. So a lot developing and a lot happening around us here in the area. So we'll continue to check back in, drop back in just a few moments, and continue to stream along with you here on Fox 5 Live. Good afternoon once again, everybody. Thank you for joining us on Fox 5 Live as we continue our live streaming coverage this afternoon. I'm Will Nutley here in our studios in Atlanta. Warm and dry, but that is not the case for everyone. We have a lot of people hitting the roads now that are encountering some pretty serious traffic impacts. We saw some tie-ups earlier on 285 near 85, and we expect to have more building up as we approach rush hour. We'll check in with Katie Beasley in the Skyfox Traffic Center in just a few moments. You can also follow her right now and learn about things the instant they happen. If you have Twitter on your mobile device, follow her at Skyfox Traffic. You've also been seeing live Vipir Radar this afternoon. We're seeing that changeover. There it is, well into the top end perimeter coming through this afternoon. Also want to show you this. We have the Fox 5 Stormchaser out in the road in Polk County. There's our Doug Evans, who probably doesn't even know he's on TV right now, but he's out there working hard with the Stormchaser. They've pulled over to check on the equipment. We have some, looks like a GoPro camera there that's on the front of the vehicle, helping to get some pretty cool images. And Doug was really our first point of contact this afternoon when we started to see this changeover happen there in Polk County. This has been well over an hour ago. So let's see, we're looking at 3:30 right now. We checked in with him at 2 o'clock, and that's when we started to see a lot of that changeover happen there in Polk County, and that's where he's going to remain kind of in that area for a while, and then really cover the state. I mean, this vehicle can go anywhere and help to bring us coverage wherever it happens, and so that's a lot of what Doug Evans is doing this afternoon. Continue to ask any questions you have there on the chat window. We'll relay those to our Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist, and if we can answer them for you, we will. But this is the story. This is the full picture you're seeing on your screen now with the Fox 5 live Vipir Radar. The changeover happening, 36 degrees it's indicating here in Atlanta, but that is going to change certainly here over the next couple of hours. And as nightfall, we expect whatever has fallen to definitely stick around and, well, literally stick around. It's going to freeze and stay with us through the overnight hours, and that is the big complication that we're going to be seeing. But the accumulation is just starting for a lot of the places that you can see there on radar. We are going to begin a special broadcast on television starting at 4 o'clock. So if you're around a TV and want to stream or want to watch there as well, you can turn your TV to Fox 5 at 4 o'clock for our broadcast there. We will continue our stream here. We'll check in with the reporters and also simulcast our live coverage there. So we had a question just a moment ago about when are we going to see some of the additional reporters, and that's your answer. So we're going to bring everybody in and simulcast here as well so that you can experience that in real time. And as we have events come up, if we have any type of press conferences or things like that, we will bring you the extended coverage right here on Fox 5 Live. So this is the place to be able to follow along with us through all of that. Here's another one of the kind of scenarios right now that the Fox 5 Storm team is working on. This is a model that they're actually back there actively making right now. When we checked in on this just about 15 minutes ago, it showed a little bit different picture. Now we're seeing a little bit more widespread snow cover possible here. And this is what it's telling us, 1 to 3 inches in metro with a rain mix in the south metro area. We have a heavy snow band that is still believed to be part of all of this, and it's going to kind of come through the Rome, Dallas, Canton, Athens area. If you see that, more of the Gainesville, I guess I should say, is what some of the earlier models were placing at that. So we will have a full report from the Fox 5 Storm team to help detail exactly where those heavier bands are going to lie. But again, one of the things that they've been telling us throughout this event is the snow totals are going to vary greatly depending on where you live. The farther north, you could see 3 to 4 inches. We're even going up as far as 6 in some areas. Metro area, we had some questions about Midtown. We're still putting that in the 1 to 3 range. But this is a very difficult thing to predict. As Chief Meteorologist David Chandley was walking us through a moment ago, we have to watch temperatures and where they start to develop to really know when things are going to happen. You are helping to tell the story this afternoon. We appreciate it. Everything that you're sending in to us, posting to our Facebook page at facebook.com/Fox5Atlanta. We are getting all those pictures in. If you look at myfoxatlanta.com right now, we have several of the articles there that kind of show your pictures off everything that you've been able to send to us this afternoon. We certainly do appreciate that. So here's the story right now. We're going to leave you with this for just a few moments. I'm going to pull up some of the traffic cameras and take you on a tour a little bit of exactly what we're seeing on the roadways, and I may even be able to pull one of those up right now, as a matter of fact. Let's see what the Skyfox Traffic Center is working on and what they're doing. Oh, so they are, in this screen here in just a moment, it's going to refresh, and what they're doing right now is kind of scanning all of the major roadways and seeing where things are happening. So this is our camera here, I-75 north on Canton Road, actually moving pretty good in that area. So that's a pretty good report. Slick out there, no doubt. We see some accumulation there on the screen, I-75 north of Canton Road, but traffic seems to be moving in both directions. Katie Beasley in the Skyfox Traffic Center was telling us that this, even on the roadways right now, doesn't look like a normal day. We've got everybody out of school. We had Mayor Kasim Reed earlier in the day urging businesses to, if they can, voluntarily let folks go about 2 o'clock to get home with their families and get off the roads. It seems that from what we can tell, certainly from the cameras that we've been looking at, that they are taking advantage of that and they're able to kind of get home and get off the road. So that's helping everybody involved. So we'll continue to kind of dip in and out of some of these cameras as well and show you the traffic picture. Certainly if there are any issues that could be affecting your ride home, if you have loved ones that are still going to be coming home from work late, we will let you know about all of that, especially starting here in just a few moments at 4 o'clock. So we'll keep it here on Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar, and we'll check in with the Chaser and several other cameras around the area. Thanks for streaming along with us on Fox 5 Live. All right, we have some more news to pass along here at this hour. Thank you for watching, by the way, streaming along with us on Fox 5 Live. Let's take you right now to Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport here in Atlanta, where we have just received word that there is a ground stop on the way. If it's not already happening, it is soon on the way. We do see some activity on the runway, so maybe they are able to get a few more planes off the ground. But the word is that snow is now starting to impact the runway and that soon there will be a ground stop. So here is what the airport status information is telling us right now from the FAA's Air Traffic Control System Command Center. That there is, due to weather, snow and ice, there is a traffic management program at the Hartsfield International Airport, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So there are some delays at this time. Airborne delays of 15 minutes or more. But we may have a ground stop here in just a few moments. But right now we are seeing some delays is what they are indicating at this point, some general arrival and departure delays. So not a full ground stop underway at this point because we still do see some activity there on the runway. But what we're going to do is continue to kind of track this information. We're actually kind of logged in here to the airport and watching the airport status information as it comes across the screen. So as more of that comes across, we will certainly bring that to you. But here's a live look right now at the airport and what things look like. Doesn't look like a whole lot of activity, but again, the main portal indicating right now that there is a ground stop. So the advice that they are kind of passing along this hour is to check with your airline. So if you have anybody wanting to fly out or anybody arriving this afternoon, they might need to go ahead and check with their airline to see if they have any delays. Here's a look right now, I-75 north of Canton Road. As we continue streaming along with you on Fox 5 Live, we will begin coverage from across Georgia, checking in with our crews across North Georgia in just a few moments, about 20 minutes from now. So stay with us here. Feel free to pass along this link. Let friends and family know they can stream along with us on Fox 5 Live. Welcome back, and thank you for streaming along with us this afternoon on Fox 5 Live. We hope that you're staying safe this afternoon, no matter where you are. If you're at home streaming along with us or about to leave work, we're going to try and get you prepared no matter where you're coming from this afternoon and get you a safe ride home. So we're taking a look outside right now. As you can see, traffic delays kind of starting to happen all around town. A look at Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar also shows us a lot of the changeover that we've been talking about happening. Well, it is here. We want to bring in our own Kevin Stewart, who's joining us this afternoon. He's one of our mini crews who's out and about. Kevin, tell us about where you are this afternoon and what you're seeing.
Well, right now I can tell you we've got a steady mixture of rain and sleet here in Bremer and Haralson County, right at the line actually, just to the north of I-20, not too far from the Alabama state line. I'd say this is exit 11. We've been out and about West Georgia for the past couple of hours, and while we had a steady rain, then we began to see a mixture of sleet, and we've seen that for probably about the last hour right now.
We know that we're going to have a live look with you just a little bit later here, coming up at 4 o'clock. But when you see the travel in the area and folks on the roadways, how are they heating things? Kind of what's the driving behavior out there?
Pretty good right now. I've had a chance to talk to several people, and of course, some people are disappointed, saying they thought there would be some snow going on right now, and but most people are saying, well, we'll just wait and see. But clearly, once you move west towards Alabama, traffic began to ease up, and a lot of people picking up stuff at gas stations. I'm looking at an Ingalls parking lot, which when we first got here was reasonably crowded. Now it's kind of eased up. But for the most part, I think everybody's just taking it easy, driving carefully, driving at a normal pace, really.
In your travels today, and maybe in where you are right now, have you seen road crews? Have you seen GDOT trucks out there maybe salting the roadways, or has it been...
Yeah, sure did. We did see a GDOT truck getting off at the Carrollton exit, basically going towards the state line of Alabama, got off the exit ramp and came back on to the ramp, making sure to salt the ramp, obviously, and then kept going straight past us towards the Alabama line. I assume we'll come back around and head east now on 20. But that was the only truck that we saw in the last, I'd say, since about 1 o'clock, 1:30.
So is this where you're going to be positioned now for a while in the Bremen area?
Yeah, we're going to stay posted here because anything that comes into Georgia is going to come through West Georgia. Coming through Georgia is going to come through West Georgia first, and so we will get a pretty good idea of what's going on because we are strategically located right off of I-20. If you've been watching our coverage all day, even yesterday, kind of the dividing line, depending on where the accumulation or the difference between snow and rain is predicted to be around I-20. So stay with us. We have a live update coming up at 4, 5, and 6. And as well as 10 and 11.
All right, Kevin, we'll let you get prepared for that 4 o'clock shot, and I appreciate you joining us.
All right.
All right, that's one of our Fox 5 actually medical team members, Kevin Stewart, who, you know, when we have an event like this, we have to get out. It's all hands on deck, and we kind of will fan out across the area, and that is what Kevin is doing this afternoon. And Kevin, you know, certainly was a big player in our last snowstorm as well when we were getting some information from him. So we appreciate Kevin joining us here this afternoon as well. This is the winter storm scenario of where things look right now. The worst case, they're saying right now, model kind of put together here from the Fox 5 storm team, 1 to 3 inches in the, we're going to go News 18? News 18? All right, so we have another shot here that we're going to try to get established for you here shortly, and I think this may even be Kevin's shot where he was just a moment ago in the Bremen area. Is this, and this is the Bremen area, we think, or is this, okay. So this is just coming in right now, just tune this in for you. Wow, how about that? This is certainly one of the areas that is seeing some impressive snowfall so far. You can see it, you know, definitely collecting on the roadways so far. So wow, we're going to go ahead and get a snapshot of that because that is just some incredible snowfall. Good
also
pictures.
Getting some live video in from Dahlonega here.
Okay. News 14? News 4. All right, let's go to News 4 here. I'm sorry, everybody, we're kind of switching back and forth between sources here so that we can kind of tell you what's going on. So this is the Dahlonega area is what you're seeing right now. Our photographers are out gathering video, but as they're gathering the video, they're actually feeding it back to us live in real time. So this is what we're seeing here in Dahlonega. So really now we're talking about impacts all the way across our viewing area from Dahlonega on over to I-20 west a snow-covered picture right now. And actually, we'll take you back to that other snowfall that we had here that we were looking at more towards the western part of the state, because wow, look at that shot. So that's going to make most of you smile because it's just a great looking shot, but certainly if you have to travel in that this afternoon, it could be a little bit of a trouble spot for you. So here's what's going to be happening on the next few minutes. We're about 6 minutes away from the top of the hour. We're going to join all of our crews from across the area and start to bring you special programming on Fox 5, and we'll simulcast that here on Fox 5 Live. The best way to get you to our crews from across the area, so we'll be able to bring that to you here in real time as it happens. I see our Doug Evans. Let's kind of peek in on Doug. He's getting ready. He doesn't know he's on TV, but that's all right. He's kind of getting ready there in the Fox 5 Stormchaser. He has been over in far West Georgia as well this afternoon, kind of bringing in reports. And we started talking to Doug as early as 2 o'clock this afternoon when he was in Polk County. And so that is where Doug Evans is kind of joining us all the way from Polk County. So certainly we appreciate everything that he's kind of been able to bring us this afternoon. So we'll be checking in with him, one of the many crews that we were talking about. Kevin was saying that the dividing line is the I-20 area. That was where he is. And that is certainly where it appears right now. Take a look. As you can see, live Vipir radar indicating that changeover happening right there along interstate, or the western part at least on I-20, kind of in that area. So certainly very interesting this afternoon, this kind of unfolding as a lot of our folks, our Fox 5 weather team has been predicting and discussing that this is where it would happen. So the Fox 5 Stormchaser is in motion. And again, we're just about 6 minutes away or so, getting ready to bring you this special broadcast here on Fox 5 and streaming, of course, here on Fox 5 Live. And so we're going to have complete team coverage from the meteorologist, kind of telling you how things are playing out right now and what to expect over the next few hours, as well as our crews that will take you to different parts of the state, give you a look at what's exactly going on. We'll leave you here with Fox 5 Storm Team live Vipir radar. Keep streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. All right. Thank you so much for streaming along with us this afternoon. What we're going to do now is actually join up with our full Fox 5 News team as they are across North Georgia at this hour, getting ready to bring us some reports here in just about 30 seconds is when Fox 5 News is going to start. And we're going to be with you just as long as necessary while we kind of tell the story of everybody getting home this afternoon. So if you're waiting on loved ones to get home from work, we're going to be taking you to different places all across the state and kind of checking in with how travel is happening at different places around the state. So we have crews everywhere. Stay with us. You're watching Fox 5 Live.
Lighting up the Fox 5 Live Viper as heavy snow and ice continue. They're expected to fall throughout the night.
And thank you for joining us for this special edition as our area braces for whatever this winter storm might bring.
Now, Fox 5 has team coverage for you. We have crews posted across the state right now. We're going to have a live look at scenes across the area coming up in just a moment. But first, we'll get right over to Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandley.
Yeah, this event now just unfolding across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia as we speak, and it's going to be a long duration, so hang with us. A lot of things are going to change, but snow is falling, and snow will start accumulating very, very soon. This is Fox 5 Live Viper right now, and you can see that we've got a good coverage of some snow. Not a lot of that in North Georgia is reaching the ground yet, but a lot of it is, and then the transition zone as we make our way down into the South Metro area, and even some of this showing up as some heavy sleet and big snowflakes from Atlanta over towards Athens. Now, here's what we're dealing with temperature-wise. We're still holding in the mid-30s, all right? But look at Rome. They fall into 30 degrees, and it's 34 in Gainesville. Once we lose daylight, we're going to see temperatures drop. Once we saturate the column of air, it's fairly dry out there, temperatures are going to drop. So we're going to be right precariously close in a lot of spaces. We're right around 32 degrees, and that's what our plan is the rest of the evening. You can see the rain out I-20 way mixed with some sleet and snow up through Canton, over towards Cartersville and Rome. There's some snow flying, as well as back upstream there to 985 in Gainesville and over towards the Lawrenceville area and Gwinnett. You folks on the south side, Noonan, McDonough, it's just been rain so far. No reports of any snow mixed in, although we had earlier reports of sleet on the onset of that precipitation down on the south side. And look at the snow up there across the North Georgia mountains, and many of those spots still had snow on the ground. So we're just going to add to what they've already seen earlier in the week. All right, so look at this now. Look how the snow band goes all the way back through northern Alabama and on into Mississippi, into Arkansas and Louisiana. We still got a long way to go before this thing ends. So the winter storm warning, of course, is no change with that. It's in firm effect right on through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, averaging anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of snow in and around this area. Now, there's going to be higher amounts north of Metro Atlanta, lower amounts to the south, but we're going to see major travel issues, though, as the snow starts accumulating on our area roadways. So let me talk about this. The best case scenario we can see through the course of the afternoon and evening is this, that the snow-rain mix in Atlanta is more of a rain than snow mix, and we just see light accumulations with all rain to the south, and we're talking about from the city southbound, and snow totals up here to the north still fairly substantial, though, 1 to 5 inches in some of the higher elevations you make your way into northeast Georgia. That's the best case. Leaning more towards the worst case as things are unfolding this afternoon and this evening, and that's 1 to 3 inches of snow in the metro Atlanta area, and then a snow rain mix south of the city, and a heavy snow band is going to set up here across parts of North Georgia where we can see 3 to 7 inches of snow or higher amounts. So here's what we're dealing with as we roll on through this afternoon and evening. There's the dividing line, and you can see the rain trying to make its way up through the metro area, but I still think we're going to see snow across metro Atlanta and then points northward, and look how long this is going to take. Running through 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Yes, still precipitating, still snowing, still raining in other areas down to the south, and it won't be till the wee hours of tomorrow morning that we finally put a lid on all this, with temperatures in a lot of spots hovering right around 32 degrees. The latest snowfall information that we have here, check this out now. There's that band that we're seeing, that wide path of maybe 4, 5, 6 inches from Cartersville, Canton coming into Dahlonega and points northbound. Now, Jeff Hill is with me in the Fox 5 Storm Center. We're going through new information, and we're going to keep you updated through the course of the evening.
Yeah, definitely an evolving system, one we have to pay very close attention to. David, thank you. Continuing our Fox 5 Storm Team coverage tonight, we now go to Rome.
Yeah, that's right. Beth Galvin is standing by now with the very latest on what's happening there. Set the scene for us. It looks like you're in a winter wonderland, Beth.
Oh, it is, Sinead and Tom. I am exactly right in the heart of downtown Rome on Broad Street, and my photographer Eli Jordan, I think, is going to zoom in and kind of show you the intersection here with Broad Street and 2nd Street. The snow has been coming down here in Rome since just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it started with these really big flakes that you're seeing started coming down. The temperature right now in Rome is about 35 degrees, so we are getting some sticking on the roads, but it's not too bad yet. People are continuing to be able to move at a pretty good clip through the downtown area and starting to make their way home a little bit. What's going to happen tonight, we don't know. We're being told, by you folks that we could get 1 to 3 inches before dark, but then after that, since we're up at the higher elevations, we could be getting another 5 inches overnight. So Rome could be looking at a total of up to 8 inches of snow up in this area. So far, people seem to be making it home okay, moving at a pretty good clip, and we're going to be here all night to show you what it looks like as Rome is transformed in snow. Tom and Sinead?
Wow, it looks like where you are, Beth, that you're seeing really big snowflakes that are accumulating quickly.
Yes, and we're being told that the temperature is really going to start dropping after we hit dark, so we could get down below freezing pretty quickly here. So I'm imagining a lot of this stuff that's coming down right now is very heavy, wet snow, but we could see some icing. We could see some much more dangerous conditions as the evening hours go on after dark. Sinead and Tom?
Real quick, Beth, before we let you go, and we're going to check in with Fox 5's Doug Evans in just a moment in the Fox 5 Stormchaser, but it looks like behind you, folks are moving pretty well on the roadways there. Is the snow collecting on the road? Is it icy? What's the situation?
Right now it has a real slushy sort of look to it, and people seem to be moving pretty well. You can see some folks out here in their car saying hello. As we're sitting down here, we're getting a lot of attention too, but you can see the Rome police officer moving pretty well at a good clip there. So I don't think right now we've hit that danger point yet, but I think as things get colder and as all of this sort of solidifies, Tom and Sinead, we could be in for a long night here in downtown Rome, Georgia, up in the mountains. Back to you guys.
All right, fair enough. Beth Galvin for us reporting live in a snowy Rome this afternoon. Beth, thank you. Well, this afternoon, West Georgia saw the first round of winter precipitation.
And Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Doug Evans has followed the winter weather all day long. He's live in the Fox 5 Stormchaser, so Doug, set the scene for us there.
All right, Tom and Sinead, we are also in Rome, probably not too far from Beth Galvin's location. Although she's not seeing any accumulation on the roads, we are not just too far away. As you can see from the Fox 5 Stormchaser live right now, we have quite a bit of accumulation. This is State Road 20 heading north out of Rome, and it is definitely very, very slushy on the roadways already. It is not only accumulated across the roadways there in the median, you can see there's quite a bit of accumulation outside the travel lanes. In the travel lanes, it's wet, it's slushy, it's slippery. Here's the good news that we're seeing so far. The good news, although you see a lot of traffic out here, well, normally at this time of day, this would just be wall-to-wall cars here in Rome as folks make their way home at this hour. We're seeing quite a few people still out on the roadways, but not nearly as many people as we might see this time of day. Listen, if you're not comfortable driving in this kind of snow, and a lot of folks are up here in the North Georgia mountains, if you're not comfortable, this is not the place. You just got to take it slow, and I think that you're going to get where you're going for right now in this condition. But these conditions, I tell you, they're just changing by the minute. We went from a rain-sleet mix to this in just a matter of about 15 to 20 minutes this afternoon. We could see, as Beth Galvin just said up here in Rome, we could see these conditions deteriorate rapidly over the next half hour to an hour. We're going to be monitoring the roadways up here in North Georgia as the snow comes down, and oh baby, is it coming down right now. And we'll be back with you. Sinead and Tom?
Yeah, Doug, we just spoke to Beth Galvin a second ago, and we apologize. There's about a 2-second delay between us and Doug Evans. But, Doug, it does look like traffic is moving. Nobody really slipping and sliding there in Rome, but it does look like snow is accumulating in the middle of the roadway there.
Well, Tom, that's exactly right. People are out. They are driving on it right now. Keep in mind, let's give a little perspective here. This is North Georgia. They're used to snow up here. They get it quite frequently, and the folks who live out here, they don't mind snow too much. It's not like the highways of Metro Atlanta. And so folks are out. They are driving very slowly right now, very cautiously. I don't think anybody's having too much difficulty right now, but I think the real concern is that this is what the roadways look like right now. 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour from now, and these could be just deteriorate rapidly, and then you're stuck out in it. Then you've got problems. Then you slip off the roadway. Then the road crews have to come and get you and dig you out, or you have to abandon your car. So just be really, really cautious out there, folks.
Yeah, Doug, certainly our hope is that a lot of people are headed home at this hour in preparation of what's still to come. We're going to be checking in with you and continuing to get updates from you out on the roads. Doug, thanks for the report.
All right, let's head to Bremer now in Haralson County, which is south and east of Rome. Fox 5's Kevin Stewart is standing by live in that part of the state. Kevin, is the snow coming down like it is in Rome where you are?
No, it's all about location, how they say in real estate. It's interesting to listen to Doug and Beth, who are probably a good, I don't know, maybe 25, 30 miles north of where I am. They've got snow and slush. All we have right here is rain and sleet. And it's been a good mixture of that for the last couple of hours. We're going to be particularly strategically located here, not just in West Georgia, but just north of I-20. If you go down here, this is Martha Berry Highway, US 27 down that way is Carrollton. If you've been paying attention to our coverage over the last day or so, you know that this is where the line is, where we're trying to figure out, it's going to be snow, or is it going to be rain and ice? I can tell you right now, like I said, for the last couple hours, primarily just rain and sleet, a mixture, sometimes heavier, sometimes lighter, but pretty consistent for the last couple of hours. If you take a look behind me, the roads, people going pretty nicely, being very calm out here. And this tree behind me, we've got a little bit of ice developing on this tree, looking a little bit like Christmas there. But that's pretty much the main scene right here, right now. We're going to continue to stand by here in Bremer and give you live updates coming up at 5, 6, and throughout Fox 5's coverage. But for now, we're live in Bremer. Kevin Stewart, Fox 5 News.
All right, Kevin, thank you for that live report. Yeah, definitely a dividing line between where the rain is falling tonight and where snow is already falling, like in Rome, where our other two reporters were.
Absolutely. Areas to the north are where we're starting to see that snow and accumulation. On the southern side of the metro area, things still seem to be just wet at this point, but we're going to keep an eye on everything. We're going to take a quick look at in Cherokee County at this hour, see what conditions look like there. Wow, there we see lots of snow, large flakes. Looks like the road's pretty clear at this moment, but that accumulation certainly could start to build on the roads. We're going to have much more of our continuing coverage of Fox 5 News after this short break.
Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist here. You're looking at David Chandley here. You're looking at a live picture up in Cherokee County. And there you go. You've had the changeover. Not much of a changeover. It's all snow right there. And we're seeing big wet flakes.
We're not on the air for some reason. Oh, the countdown clock was wrong.
Chief Meteorologist David Chandley here. Live pictures from Cherokee County with big wet snowflakes a-flying. And we're seeing that repeated all across a bunch of the northern suburbs right now. And we'll continue to see that as the evening unfolds. Take a look at Fox 5 Live Vipir. And you can see that there's Cherokee County and just about the whole county covered up in the white with the snow flying there. And you can see next door in Bartow County, much the same story. Beth Galvin reporting from Rome and Floyd County. Same story there. And it goes on and on up in the North Georgia mountains. The demarcation line, again, right along the I-20, I-85 corridor, although we're seeing some mixed precipitation as far south as Walton County as we speak right now. And in and around metro Atlanta, you're going to find that this line is going to kind of vary 10, 15, 20 miles or so. And I'm really concerned once we get past sunset with the drop in temperature. Just a few degrees is going to make all the difference across this region. Now, as far as temperatures go right now, check this out. We're at 36 here in Atlanta. We've been holding there all day long, but it has dropped to 30 in Rome, 34 in Canton. That's going to be dropping soon, 33 in Gainesville. And temperatures, once they hit that 32-degree mark in a lot of spots, will stay right there. We'll continue to fine-tune the snowfall projections. That coming up in a few minutes.
All right, David, thank you. Want to check in with Gwinnett County there. We talked about that north-south dividing line between rain and snow. As we go further north, the snow is falling here in metro Atlanta. Inside the perimeter seems to be rain for now.
Yes, let's check in now with Randy Travis. He's in Gwinnett County with a look.
Yes, and Tom, this really is a microcosm of the weather pattern that we're facing here in metro Atlanta. Here in Gwinnett County in the last hour or so, I have seen snow, I've seen sleet, I've seen rain, and then it's now snow again. And I don't know if you can see the big flakes that are coming down. It's probably as thick as it's ever been this afternoon. Right now here along Sugarloaf Parkway, just behind me is Highway 316. So those of you in Gwinnett County know what I'm talking about. This is a major intersection here, especially this time of day. Traffic is working pretty well in this area here. No real slick spots that I can see on the roads that we've been driving on in this area. You can see maybe down here by my feet a thin layer here of the snow that's accumulated on this wet, soggy grass here along Sugarloaf Parkway. But we're set up across the street from Gwinnett Technical College just to sort of monitor the situation through the rest of the rush hour here. Gwinnett County officials have tried very hard to be responsible about their plans for this weather event that we're experiencing right now. Gwinnett was one of the last school districts to decide to cancel school today. They did it late last night. Gwinnett County didn't stop any of the bus system, at least the local bus routes here in the county today. They did cancel the express routes that usually go from Lawrenceville into Atlanta and back. They canceled it because they were worried that even if they got in safely this morning to Atlanta, the bad weather that was predicted for this afternoon might prevent all those people from getting back home this afternoon. So they canceled the express routes today, hoping to get those going back tomorrow. But right now, the situation here, at least in this part of Gwinnett County, is snow, and now the snow has actually stopped. So again, we've gone from snow to rain to sleet to snow to basically nothing right now. I'm sure we'll get more of the same pattern here as the hours unfold. Back to you.
Yeah, Randy, and it looks like where you are in Gwinnett, the roads are still wet for the most part, unlike in Rome where the snow is already sticking to the roadways.
Yeah, the roads are wet, Tom, basically obviously because, you know, the roads are just too warm right now to really have any sort of buildup at all, even in the middle of the road where the cars aren't driving. I don't see any ice building up at all at the moment, and hopefully it'll stay that way throughout the evening. We would just like to have a nice, pretty snow event here in Gwinnett County with all those negative connotations that go with it here in the South.
All right, Randy. Well, thanks for keeping an eye on things. We'll be checking back with you. Want to turn things over now to meteorologist Jeff Hill, and that seems to be what most people throughout the area are seeing, Jeff, where you get the snow and then it turns to rain, and then maybe it stops for a moment, and then the cycle repeats itself.
That's right. A lot of transitioning going on, especially in and around the immediate metro area. But snow, just plain old snow as you go on up to the north. We're going to take a look at some of our social media, Facebook to be specific here. This is Amanda up in Gordon County. That's plain old snow there, and it's starting to accumulate. Many of the northern counties are going to see a lot of snowfall. Gordon County, Floyd County, up toward the Ellijay area. You might get anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of snow. This one from Elise, Ellijay. Beautiful sight up there. The kids enjoying it, getting out and playing in the snow up there. Here's another one for you. This comes to us from Amanda. And let's see, this is in Chattooga County. Looks like the boys are enjoying themselves up there with the snowfall in and around the Pickens County area. So these are all up to the north where the snow is actually sticking. Parker sent that in on our Fox 5 Atlanta Facebook page. This one comes from Tammy up in Cedartown. So you can see all those areas up to the north are definitely getting a lot of snow that's already starting not only to stick to the grassy surfaces, but it looks like from these pictures starting to stick to the roadways as well. And look at this one. You can take a look at that table right there in the chairs. It looks like maybe a couple of inches of snow has already fallen there. This is up in Rome. Foster's Mill community. We saw Beth Galvin up in Rome earlier, and it looked like things were starting to stick to the roadways up there as well. Here's another picture for you. They're having fun over in Lawrenceville, where Randy Travis was just reporting from. This comes from us from T-Shawna, having a great time up there in Lawrenceville across parts of Gwinnett County. It looks like most of the snow is melting as it hits the ground, and up in Canton, a little bit starting to develop there. Sarah sent this in a little bit on the roadways. Pink flamingos. I think the pink flamingos might be helping the snow to melt.
Yeah, you know, I'm getting word that a lot of snow parties have already begun in a lot of neighborhoods
in full force.
Around the metro area.
Yep.
Jeff, thank you for that. Of course, our viewers as much a part of this story as our team of reporters out there. We so appreciate the photos and the videos you're sending in to us here at Fox 5.
Yeah, the perfect way to spend a snow day is enjoying it, relaxing at home, rather than trying to rush to a destination. This is another look in Cherokee County right now, where you can see the snow continues to fall. We've got much more team coverage just after this break.
Yeah. 14,000 is Mount Rainier.
Oh, I know.
All right. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where in
Well, a lot of North Georgia and Metro Atlanta has started to see some snow this afternoon.
Yeah, we continue our live winter storm coverage with Fox 5's Portia Bruner. She joins us live in Cherokee County with a look at the conditions. Portia?
Yeah, we are in, right off of 575 in the Holly Springs area. This is Old Highway 5, Sixes Road. Not a very busy intersection. We have seen a lot of folks saying that they're heading home, but so far so good. I mean, it's beautiful, right? It's the big kind of flakes that kind of hit you in the face and then they melt very quickly. That's the same thing that's happening on the road right now as well, but you can see it is starting to pick up. We are noticing people seeming like they're trying to take it kind of easy. You see those cars braking there and trucks coming around the bend here. So it was about 3:05 when we were in Canton, and I noticed kind of made a note of the first flake coming down, and then we made our way down over here to Holly Springs. This volume of snowfall started about a half hour ago, and it's been coming down at a pretty good clip ever since. You take a look down here at the grass. This is already starting to accumulate. The sidewalk, the same thing. So obviously, this is going to be something for folks to watch out for as the temperatures start to come down, as this really has the potential to turn into ice. And I have a feeling there's a little girl who is about to wake her way. Okay, good, she stopped. But this is the kind of stuff that children absolutely love to play in. And it's the stuff that parents are just going to have to be careful in as they make their way around the roads. Still trying to keep an eye on this little girl who looks like she's about to wake her way into the road there. But the good news is right now everything looks really good. You're just going to have to take it easy as you are across Metro Atlanta as the snow continues to fall. But this is definitely get the long johns, get the gloves, get the scarves, get the hats, because it's going to be a chilly one, folks. We're reporting live in Cherokee County. I'm telling you, these things are huge. They're like smacking me. In Cherokee County, Portia Bruner, Fox 5 News.
Be careful out there, Portia. I'm glad to see that you have the hood up. But can you guys pan?
Yes,
We'd love to see the people who are out there. I know with the snowflakes, sometimes you want to follow them, and you want to follow them, and it looks like they're kind of falling at a diagonal.
I know. I'm watching her right now, and I'm like, oh, I can see she's just itching to get out here in the snow. I can tell you're itching to get out in the snow. Wait, where's your hat, baby girl? You've got to have your, there you go. All right, she is just itching to get out here and play in it. We're going to get her all bundled up, and maybe we'll toss around a few snowballs out here. Back to you in the studio, Sinead.
Okay, she needs her scarf, her gloves, and to zip
I know. I'm going to get on her daddy. I see her daddy out here. I'm about to get on him.
Oh, but she is so precious. Well, great. I hope she's enjoying. This is her scene out of Frozen this afternoon.
Let the snowball fights begin, right? All right, we want to head to Dahlonega now, where Fox 5's George Franco is monitoring conditions for us in that part of the state. George, is the snow coming down like it was in Holly Springs?
Tom, it is coming down consistently now here in Dahlonega. We're in Lumpkin County, historic Dahlonega downtown area. This is a series of nice shops and restaurants, and it's a nice getaway from people for Atlanta that come out here on the weekends and spend a weekend and just have a great time in this historic square. But right now, it's getting covered in white. Look at all this heavy snow that has been accumulating since about 3:30 when we started seeing it fall. The flakes are big and fluffy, and it feels cold right now, but let's see what it's doing to the street here, because we've seen a lot of traffic coming through right now. This roadway is at 36.5 degrees, 36.5, 35.9, dropping down consistently, but until that gets to 32, then physically we're not getting ice because it's all about the ice on the roadways. We've seen a lot of cars with lots of accumulation of snow on the vehicles themselves, but the roadways have been pretty easy to travel on to this point. We spoke to the Lumpkin County Office of Emergency Services, and the chief deputy fire chief out there told me that they've got all of their folks ready to go. They've got fire trucks, the Lumpkin County Sheriff's Office, the Amicalola EMC is out here. So all these folks are on standby on this emergency plan put in place by the governor, and so they say that when these roads start to become icy and dangerous, that's when they're going to move into place. So for now, the roads are doing okay. The snow actually is very beautiful up here at 1,500 feet above sea level or so. These folks up here in the North Georgia mountain area, they're used to the snow. So for them, it's another part of the winter season, if you will. However, they do say that because of the emergency declaration by the state and the alert and any kind of pending problems, a lot of these merchants are closing up early and going home. So for now, Dahlonega doing pretty good as this winter weather blast arrives. We'll stay up here in Lumpkin County and bring you all the details. But for now, in Lumpkin County, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
A very pretty scene in small town Georgia. All right, George, thank you.
Yeah, good to see, though, they are closing up shop, some of those places there, just to take all precautions and make sure everyone's safe. All right, I want to show you a live picture right now. We have some video off of 575 in the Holly Springs area. Let it snow. It continues. We have more live coverage coming up.
You going to break out into song?
Why not?
you're going up to 7 inches plus. That's major snow. And then you get another blanket of that up here in the northeast corner as they're going to see snow really kind of pile up through the course of overnight and into early tomorrow morning. Then you look at the real tight gradient between, look on our legend there, a trace and 1 inch right across the metro area as you move up into Cobb County, North Fulton, Gwinnett County. So some folks are going to be real disappointed in their snow totals. Others are going to be going, oh, wow, check out this picture on my deck. I've got 5 and 6 inches up here in northern Gwinnett County. So that's what's we're going to be looking for, and send it to our Facebook and Twitter right here at Fox 5 News. We love seeing those. Remember to hold your phone vertically. It makes a better picture, or horizontally, my bad, horizontally. All right, hits an old southern snowstorm. There's the low down here in the Gulf, pumping up the moisture our way into the cold air that is in place. That's going to continue tonight and again early tomorrow morning as the low pulls off to the northeast. But still, you saw all that precipitation out there right on through the overnight hours into the wee hours of Thursday morning. That is another concern, because I'm looking at temperatures tomorrow morning, waking up to right around freezing here in Atlanta. Yeah, we're going to be in those mid-30s and then falling down through the low 30s through the course of the event. But look what happens up here across North Georgia, where we have the snow in place. Everybody's going to be at freezing or below. So whatever's out there is certainly going to be there come early tomorrow morning. And it won't be until lunchtime and beyond tomorrow that we finally see temperatures up there get above the freezing mark, but just barely. We're talking about the upper 30s and low 40s. I do think we'll see the mid 40s here in town, a little warmer down on the south side where they've had all rain all day. So this event is far from over. So what we're watching for you here in the Fox 5 Storm Center, long duration of snow, sleet, and rain. Temperatures are going to drop after sunset and then hold at 32. And our snow totals, I know that's a range, but some areas are going to see a dusting. Others are going to see 7 inches plus. How about that? Now, forecast for this evening goes like this. We got snow, we got sleet, we got rain, we got temperatures in the low 30s, we got a light north wind. We got ourselves a mess. And your Fox 5 Storm Team AccuWeather forecast for the next several days. Well, I see drier air in here, all right, partly cloudy, but chilly still, 45 on Friday. Saturday, it's 48, and then Sunday, kind of taking the rain chance away. Good news for those race folks down at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Still cool, though, upper 40s. And then dealing with the possibility of some spring-like thunderstorms in here Tuesday and Wednesday as temperatures ramp up into the mid-60s. We've got a lot going on this evening. We'll continue to fine-tune our temperature. Also, the areas that are seeing the change from rain to snow and then snowfall totals, so you stay with us.
All right, we sure appreciate it, David. Let's continue to take a live look outside.
Yeah, let's go to Cartersville now as you take a look at live pictures as our storm team coverage continues. The snow is falling there. Looks like it's accumulating on the roadway as well. As David mentioned, nightfall may spell out a very different situation in many parts of the state. Our team coverage continues right after this.
pretty steadily here in Alpharetta for about the past hour and a half. And while some of that snow has been collecting on the grassy areas, here on the roadways, as you can see, none of it is sticking to the asphalt. So what we're seeing here is a lot of wet roadways, but no snow or not cold enough for that ice to start forming on the surfaces here. I spoke with a spokesperson with the Alpharetta Police Department a short time ago, and they told me that so far they haven't experienced any weather-related accidents or other weather-related incidents in this area as a result of the weather that we're experiencing here this afternoon. Now, I can tell you, as we made our way here up 400, we did see a pretty heavy traffic, and also that's when we started experiencing around 2:30 that first snowfall as we made our way here. We got here around 3 o'clock, and that light snowfall was a very steady, heavy snowfall. And then for the past 90 minutes or so, it's transitioned from a heavy snowfall to sleet, rain at times, and then back to snow. And right now, as I said, just light flurries we're experiencing here. We also noticed, and Michelle, I'm going to have you pan around, just turn right behind me here, that a lot of the businesses that you would normally see open at this time of day are closed, perhaps because of the weather reports and the urging of state and local officials for people to get off the roads early in the afternoon so they could leave it clear for any road crews that need to be out, as well as for emergency crews that might need to be on these roadways this afternoon into the evening. But at this point, the snow that we're experiencing here is, as you saw really in Portia Bruno's report, something that folks are more apt to have fun in, I guess you could say. Get out here and kind of enjoy themselves, enjoy this nice snowfall before things turn pretty nasty a little later in the evening and possibly tonight. That's the latest here in Alpharetta. I'm Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right. Thanks so much, Deidre. We appreciate it. I want to give you a live look now at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. There have been quite a few delays and cancellations there. You can see visibility not at its best, but it does appear that some planes are moving there on the ground. Certainly want to give a heads up to anyone, though, who has any travel plans today or who's expecting to meet a flight that's coming in. You absolutely want to call ahead. We are expecting a number of delays.
Yeah, the runways are wet, and so things are very slow at Hartsfield-Jackson International. Quick programming note before we head to break. Want to tell you that Empire is going to air at its regular time tonight. American Idol preceding Empire, but
that's right.
We're going to be on through 7 o'clock, and then of course Empire, big show tonight, and American Idol, and then of course Fox 5 News at 10 and The Edge at 11 for continuing coverage of our winter weather.
Yeah, play it safe, settle in. We've got this evening covered for you, so you can just stay put.
Make some hot cocoa and enjoy the shows.
That's
we'll be right
right
back. saw rain before all the snow and the ice.
Yeah, let's continue our live storm team coverage now with Fox 5 Denise Dillon, who joins us there. Denise, what's the situation in Cartersville?
Well, we're getting plenty of snow, and as David Chandley said yesterday, a good southern snow. When it started coming down around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we got the big wet flakes, those big heavy flakes that, you know, this is the kind of snow, it's the good packing snow, the kind of have the snowball fight in, the kind of build a snowball in, and look how much we already have in just over 90 minutes. Now, a little while ago, we even saw couple of kids over here at the Waffle House having a little snowball fight with this, but this is a serious matter. Cartersville Bartow officials started gearing up for this yesterday. I know the deputies are going 2 per 4-wheel drive vehicles, so that they're together, and there are 2 officers ready to respond here at this Cartersville Fire Department. Guys were told to come in and be prepared to stay for at least 36 hours. They even brought in an extra 4. As the temperature drops, that will change. This fun snow is going to turn to ice, and it's going to be rough. We've seen a number of plows head down Highway 41 right here, taking care of the roads. A lot of people paying attention, staying off the roads, and that is the advice that we want to pass on. If you're home, just stay put, sit back, watch Fox 5 News, and keep up with the conditions that way. No need to get out and drive around, check them out. Reporting live in Cartersville, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
Great advice and good news that people are heeding the warnings to stay off the road where you are. Denise, thank you. Governor Nathan Deal holding a news conference at noon today, declaring a state of emergency for Georgia. The state's taken active measures to prepare for this winter storm.
Well, Fox 5's Nathalie Pozo with News Radio 106.7 continues our live coverage. She's at the state GEMA headquarters right now. Nathalie, update us.
Well, Sinead, Tom, yes, we are in the command center here at GEMA, where we have several state agencies working together to keep an eye on the weather and conditions outside. Let me show you some of the resources they're using to get those live updates. That map that you see over there, that's a road sensors map where the surface of the road, the temperature, and the wind speeds are being monitored. Right now, I can tell you some areas just north of I-20 are falling below freezing, so they are keeping an eye on that. Right next to that is the Georgia map, pretty much all the cameras on our major roadways. And then the map next to that, it's actually a chat with the National Weather Service. Now, folks here do tell me that the one and only road that they closed earlier today in Fannin County, that's a State Route 60, due to ice that was reported by local law enforcement. I can tell you they have opened up that road. They were able to treat it, and they have opened it up about an hour and a half ago. I did speak with GEMA Director Jim Butterworth just a short time ago, and he tells me things are running smoothly right now, and he credits that to all the preparing that went into this moment and all of the communication. He told me the latest conditions just a short time ago. Let's listen.
We've seen, as some of these bands have moved through the metro area, we've seen the temperatures on the road sensors drop down below 32 degrees. Normally, if that brine wasn't out there, it would be freezing. As those bands move out again, because there are some areas of very heavy snowfall, as those bands move out, the temperatures come back up because there are still a little bit of traffic moving across the road, so that warms that back up. At some point, and we don't know when that will be, and we don't know where that line will be, but at some point, that's going to happen. It's going to go below 32 degrees, and it's going to stay there. And that's when we're going to start seeing a lot of, or some level of ice and frozen surfaces. Folks need to be very, very careful. If you don't need to travel, stay at the house.
And I can tell you that officials over at the Georgia Department of Transportation told me earlier today they had about 500 employees out on the road treating and preparing those roads. Some of them came from South Georgia to help and assist with all of that. They do have about 275 to...
He's been keeping a very close eye on everything over the course of the last couple of days.
Yeah, we're watching the snow and the rain and the sleet and the mix of all three fall across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Look at the Fox 5's live Vipir, and you can see temperatures, look, it's dropped to 32 in Gainesville. I mean, we've been watching that. They were in the mid-30s, and then as precipitation started dropping as we cooled the air. 31 in Rome right now. It's 36 here in Atlanta down at the airport, but in some of the northern suburbs, reports into the low 30s. And you can see that band of snow from Cedartown and Polk County, Bartow County, Cherokee County into North Fulton on into Hall County. Look at northern Gwinnett, now southern Gwinnett into Walton County, showing a nice mix of snow and sleet. Now, as we go on through this night, watch how when we lose the sun, and it's out, and it'll set at 6:30 tonight, and then this line tends to dip right into metro Atlanta along about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, and the snow continues to start piling up here in extreme North Georgia. And as we go on through the evening, check it out. Look how much more snow in time, several hours worth up here, and it won't be till after the midnight hour that we really put a lid. We're talking about 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We put a lid on the precipitation. So we're going to see snowfall totals very impressive. We've got new information on that. We'll share it with you coming up in the next half hour.
All right, David, thank you. We'll see you in just a little bit. As we head to break, want to take you live to Rome and the Fox 5 Stormchaser as we look at conditions there. The snow is falling pretty heavily in that area and sticking to the roadways. That has been the warning from the state during all this. Be careful if you are out driving. If you don't have to be out, stay home and enjoy this winter weather. Our coverage will continue right after this.
And welcome back. We're getting some great pictures from our viewers on Facebook. Here's a wonderful one right here. This is from Emily, Dallas, Cartersville. Snow already, she says, you got an inch or so of snow coming down there. Great to have these reports because we don't know how much snow is coming down in some of these spots. And if you let us know, it just helps us with the forecast. Lauren, Rockmart, Georgia. I'm guessing maybe 1 to 2 inches of snow there. Now, when you take these pictures, make sure you turn your camera this way on your iPhone, or if you have an Android, just turn its landscape way this way. It helps us here on TV to show those pictures, and we show them a little bit better. Here's a look at another picture for you. This is from Melissa, and she's from Tallapoosa, so it's coming down west of Atlanta pretty good out in Haralson County. Megan, Plainville, Georgia. You can see the snow is starting to accumulate there. Here's another one for you, Robert, Woodstock, up by the Center of Birds for Prey. So thanks for sending those in. We're going to continue our coverage right after the break with Fox 5 News at 5. Join us then, and we'll continue to update you on the snow as it moves through and have another look at the forecast.
Good evening once again. Thank you for joining us on Fox 5 Live. You've been seeing coverage here from Fox 5, checking in on our crews from across North Georgia this afternoon and this evening. Will Nutley here at our studios in Atlanta. We'll be taking you back to that coverage here in just a few moments. And certainly we appreciate everybody who's taken the time to talk to us on social media this afternoon. You've been talking to us with the hashtag Fox5Storm and also passing along your photos on Facebook. We want to let you know that we are certainly seeing those. We're taking a look at them as they come in, and we're going to be sharing those photos with you on air and online here throughout the evening. In just a few moments, about 45 seconds from now, as a matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and join Fox 5 News at 5 o'clock. We're going to continue simulcasting the news from 5 until 6, and certainly as long as we need to throughout the night to keep you updated. Just walked outside a few moments ago, and sure enough, we even have the sleet starting to fall here at the Fox 5 studios off Briarcliff Road in Atlanta. So a lot of our viewing area, I would say, at this point is starting to encounter some type of wintry precip, and impressive snowfall we've seen so far in Cartersville and several areas tonight. So we appreciate everybody who's streaming along with us this afternoon. We hope that you've gone home and gotten to a safe place this evening to be able to ride out the storm, and because we do expect a lot of this to freeze, and we'll be telling you a little bit about that throughout the evening as well, as to where some of these areas could really see some problems. Now here's the news.
Now, state of emergency. We are only seeing the very beginning of what promises to be a long stretch of winter weather.
Now, right now, if you don't have to be out on the roads, you're encouraged to stay home.
Find a place, get ready to stay put through tomorrow. Winter weather blanketing our area tonight. Just take a look at the scene right now in Rome. This taken just a short time ago.
Well, several school systems have already made the call to close tomorrow. Take a look. It includes Gilmer County, Cartersville City, Banks County, Lumpkin County, along with White County and Murray County. You can get that full list on myfoxatlanta.com.
So let's get straight over to Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandley. David?
Well, no surprises so far this afternoon, Sine and Tom, as we deal with snow across metro Atlanta and North Georgia and rain to the south. Now, this is a look at Vipir. Well, Fox 5 Live Vipir. Let's go to that, and you can see temperatures popped in here. 34 in Gainesville. They've been fluctuating there in the low 30s. 31 in Rome, and then right at the dividing line through the metro Atlanta area. And you can see all sorts, rain, sleet, and snow, but with the sleet and snow winning out and the accumulating snow starting to take place over towards Haralson County, northern Carroll County, Paulding County, up through Cherokee. There's North Fulton and Forsyth, and on into Hall County and into Gwinnett County as well. And this is going to continue into the evening hours, and the snow is going to be piling up in North Georgia on areas that got snow earlier in the week, and it's still on the ground, and that's what we're going to be looking at. So a winter storm warning going on now, right on through 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and no changes there, averaging anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of snow in the warned area. That doesn't mean everybody's going to see that, but that's in the warning area. Higher amounts up here across North Georgia, lower amounts in the South Metro area, and major travel issues. Let me show you the best case scenario is just some rain infiltrating Metro Atlanta with all rain to the south and just some dusting and light accumulations in the metro area, but heavier snow totals to the north, 1 to 5 inches. I'm leaning more towards this, though, as we look at the cooling of the atmosphere going into nighttime. The worst case scenario is snow across Metro Atlanta in a lot of amounts. We're talking 1 to 3, 4 inches across the region. Watch this now as we put this into motion right here in the metro, just around I-20 and then points northbound. Look at the gradient there going from 1 inch to 4 inches in about a 20-mile span. That's what we're going to have to be watching very carefully, as well as the heavier snow amounts in northeast Georgia. The thick, wet snow could have some issues with power lines and trees. And then up here in northwest Georgia, where it started snowing early, and it will continue that right on through the evening hours. So we're going to be monitoring this. Jeff Hill and I have more information as the afternoon and evening progress, but you keep it right here. Tom, Sine?
Yeah, definitely a lot of ground to cover tonight. David, thank you. Fox 5 News has a team of reporters covering this winter storm as it moves in tonight. We have crews posted across the area right now, ready to report on whatever this storm has in store. Well, an impressive wintry scene in Rome right now.
Well, Fox 5's Beth Galvin is in Rome with the very latest on what's happening there. So, Beth, what's the situation?
Sine and Tom, it's beautiful in downtown Rome where we are right now. We're on Broad Street, which is the main street in downtown Rome. And let me take you over here. It's been snowing here in Rome for about 2 hours, and we've got probably what we think is about 1.5 inches of snow right now in the Rome, Floyd County area. And if you come over here, you can take a look at my photographer Eli Jordan's going to show you. This is kind of a bench that shows it piling up here. The snow started out as really big, fat flakes coming out of the sky. Now it's gotten colder here. We started at about 35 degrees. I think the temperature has significantly dropped. It feels much cooler out here. And if we take a look at the condition of the road, we don't have anybody down here with us right now, but it's been pretty slushy, as you can see right here. You know, you got a lot of kind of very wet slush. Nothing sticking yet, but we're beginning to see the first signs that people are slipping and sliding down here. And a guy came out over here, got out of his truck, and he said, I saw something in Rome today that I never ever thought I would see in my hometown. A snow plow. And if you take a look at the snow down here, it's this beautiful snowball. It's this beautiful, thick, very dry snow now. So I think we could get significantly more snow. About 1.5 inches now. We're about 2 hours in, but we could go through the night and we could be seeing up to 8 inches of snow up in the Rome, Floyd County, Northwest Georgia area. Live in downtown Rome, I'm Beth Galvin, Fox 5 News.
All right, never any complaints when you see the snow plows. That's good news. That means all the preparations were made.
Looks like Boston, not Rome. Right?
So true. Yes. All right, Beth, it looks like with the slush out there on the roads that the conditions may be starting to get a little bit slick out there.
Oh, Sine, the conditions here are pretty much, from what we can tell, very, very wet. A lot of slush, a lot of snow out here, and it's coming down pretty heavily. But so far, from what we've been able to see, you can see the conditions out here. It's not, you know, it is pretty heavy, but we're not yet seeing like the real danger. That could come in the hours to come as all of this begins to freeze over. It gets much colder. The temperatures drop below freezing. We could be in for a pretty dangerous situation up here. So I think a lot of people are headed home, getting off the streets here in the Rome area.
That's a good idea.
And David mentioned that earlier, saying that the temperature should drop after the sun goes down tonight below where those roads could freeze over. Beth, thank you for that today. Yep. West Georgia saw the first round of winter precipitation.
Well, Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Doug Evans has followed the winter weather all day long. He's live in the Fox 5 Stormchaser. And Doug, what's the driving condition looking like where you are?
Tom and Sine, we are certainly seeing the worst road conditions that we have seen all day. Take a look from the Fox 5 Stormchaser right now. Now, Beth Galvin is reporting from downtown Rome. We're just outside Rome, maybe about 2 miles, and let me tell you, the road conditions have deteriorated significantly. This is State Road 53. We are actually heading back toward Rome. We were outside Rome, heading east. We turned back around because we were getting a loss of cell signal, so we wanted to make this report to you so you could see what we're seeing right now. We are down to 1 lane of travel on State Road 53. So, despite what it looks like in downtown Rome, surface streets, and especially even the state roads outside of downtown Rome, are significantly impacted by the weather right now. Again, we're down to 1 travel lane. There should be 2. Off to our left there, ooh, that's a slushy mess. It's a little bit better right now than we even saw maybe just a mile or so behind us. We are traveling westbound into the city of Rome right now. As you can see, there are very, very few cars out on the roads right now. I think people are starting to heed the warning to stay off the roads. We've seen the traffic diminish as well, certainly over the last 45 minutes to an hour or so. We're passing the Rome Braves Stadium off to our right there along Highway 53. So listen, the road conditions are really starting to deteriorate now. So that if you're out here now, they're just going to get worse. They're not going to get any better. The snow is really coming into this area of North Georgia right now. That band of winter precipitation stretches way back into Alabama, way back into Mississippi. It's going to just, as you know, Chief Meteorologist David Chandley already told us, it's just going to keep coming and coming and coming. And even Beth Galvin, I think, mentioned that this area could get up to 7 inches of snow before this is all done with. So we are starting to see now the impact of this winter weather on the roads in North Georgia. We're going to be keeping a close eye on this in the Fox 5 Stormchaser. Live in Rome, Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
All right, Doug, that really gives us a great view of the roads. You know, I want to mention, I'm just seeing that MARTA says they're going to start a Saturday schedule at 6 p.m. this evening. So just a heads up for people who might be out and about. This might be a good time to start heading home if you're planning on taking public transportation.
A lot of people stayed home from work today, which was the good news in advance of this system moving in. Boy, the skies up in that Rome area look pretty dark and pretty dense. People who live in Cartersville saw rain before all the snow moved in.
So let's continue our storm team coverage with Fox 5's Denise Dillon. She joins us from there. And Denise, it looks like a lot of snow accumulation where you are.
Oh, plenty of snow. And let me tell you what a difference, 30 minutes makes. Is that the last time I talked to you? The snow is still falling really pretty heavily. But remember I was talking about how the roads were fine. They really weren't slick. Well, that has changed just in the past 30 minutes. Take a look right up here. This is Felton Street. We are just off Cobb Parkway. That red car right there, it spun out just a few minutes ago. We're standing in front of Cartersville Fire Station number 4. They just went out 2 minutes ago on an emergency call, a wreck over on Tennessee Street. It has really changed the conditions as far as the roads and getting icier as we go on. Many of the businesses around here now closed up and down Main Street. Everything's shut down. They just don't want to drive.
Some of them don't have cars. They aren't broke down yet, but these road conditions have gotten worse just in the last hour. I mean, you can barely drive on this stuff.
And all the businesses pretty much shut down at this point.
We shut down at 1:30 today just because we saw a snowflake in the sky, and we never dreamed it would get this bad, but it did.
Yeah, at this point, just the businesses around us that we can see. There are just a few that still open, McDonald's, Waffle House, but everything else, this little shopping plaza, everything shut down at this point. People telling their employees, hey, get home now. And that's what we're all trying to follow, that advice. If you are home, just stay there. Reporting live in Cartersville, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
All right, Denise, thank you for that.
Our live team coverage of this winter storm continues. We have a live look to show you from Canton. The Fox 5 storm team keeping a very close eye on the changing weather situation.
And now is a good time to download our new Fox 5 News app. You can watch our live streaming video, get the latest school closings and breaking news updates even when your power goes out. Just be sure to get those devices fully charged. It's free and available on Apple and Android devices. Just search for Fox 5 Atlanta. Our coverage continues right after this. Stay with us.
Chief Meteorologist David Chandley here, looking at a live picture from the Fox 5 Stormchaser, and look at that snow across many parts of Metro Atlanta. This scene being repeated. Please, please stay off the roads if you don't have anywhere to go, because it's only going to get worse as we find falling temperatures, more snow, and then darkness, of course, in just about a little more than an hour and a half. Let me show you what's happening outside as far as Fox 5 Live Viper, and you can see the white and the pink just taking over the screen there. Yeah, rain to the south and heavy rain at that at times, but really seeing a whole lot of change over here to the west of Metro Atlanta and out towards Carroll County and points to the southwest of Atlanta. All right, so as we look at temperatures, drop to 33 in Gainesville now, 31 in Rome, and that will continue to be the case right around the freezing mark. And you can see from Carrollton up through Dallas, Rome, Calhoun, Ellijay, Canton, all reporting snow right now, and ditto for that up here in the northeast Georgia mountains, where the areas are still kind of digging out, if you will, from the snow earlier this week. Now, on the leading edge of this, down through the Athens area and on into middle Georgia, a bit of a transition zone, but reports of sleet and mixed with snow in places like Coweta County and Fayette County no more than about 5 or 10 minutes ago. And you can see the plume of snow all the way back into Mississippi. So we still have several hours to go for additional snowfall. We'll continue to fine-tune those amounts in just a minute.
All right, David, thank you. A bit of breaking news just into the Fox 5 newsroom. We understand that the University of North Georgia has just closed all 4 of its campuses as snow continues to fall around the metro area. A lot of people taking precautions in these areas because it's going to get colder and the snow is going to fall tonight, and it's going to be very tricky to get around tomorrow.
Absolutely, and there are a number of school closures scheduled for tomorrow, so we encourage you to take a look at myfoxatlanta.com to get the very latest list. Well, Governor Nathan Deal and GEMA urging everyone who doesn't have to be on the roads tonight to stay home. The traffic, a big reason behind that. Let's check in now with Katie Beasley.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, a typical rush hour would really be cranking up right now. Today, things peaked between 2 and 3 o'clock as everyone kind of hit the road at the same time. So the roads have cleared just in time because really, you've seen the videos. They are deteriorating very quickly. So let's take a look at some of our maps. This is the worst delays right now. They're going to be right on 75. Most of your interstates are back to normal, but the delays here on 75 stretch between Cobb County and Bartow County. And this is just because really the driving conditions are getting so bad. Drivers are having to go slow there between 75. So north and southbound are the delays between Cartersville and US 411 all the way down to Wade Green and Ackworth. So more than half an hour to make that trip there. Again, if you don't have to be out on the roads, please do not. But these are the worst delays. They're going to be on 75. The road temperatures there along 75 hovering at or below freezing. So we're going to start to see worse issues there on 75. We have seen a few isolated wrecks. Things are slick out there for Scythe County, reporting some snow covering on the roadway Georgia 400 there northbound near Browns Bridge. That's 369. Lanes are passable, but they are getting slick out there. They're reporting some issues now. And Georgia DOT, the Department of Transportation, urging truckers should go through weigh stations where they are. Info will be given about chains on tires if a snow ice event happens. You'll remember last year so many trucks stuck on 285. This is to help avoid that issue. So again, truckers, all trucks are supposed to go through those weigh stations wherever they're coming into town. That info is going to be told to them about the chains on the tires, and they can be cited if they do not have chains in the event of ice coming in where they are. Now looking at our camera on 575. And here we go. The snow really coming down here in Cherokee County. This is right around Highway 92. Still snowing here. Minor delays really also because of the conditions and the slow driving. So stretching from 75 all the way up to Canton is where you're going to see those delays. DOT treating the far right lane on these interstates, the far 2 right lanes on some of the larger interstates closer to town. So that's the lane you're going to want to stay in. You can see the very clear marks there, but what a stark contrast to what we saw last year with cars stuck on the road. A lot of people really heeding that message early today and staying off the roads. That's really going to help, Tom.
Yeah, conditions look treacherous on I-575 tonight. All right, Katie Beasley, thank you for the latest there. You know, all of North Georgia and some parts of Metro Atlanta started seeing snow, sleet, and ice this afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to continue our live winter coverage with Fox 5's Portia Bruner. She joins us live in Cherokee County with a look at the conditions. And Portia, you have seen a lot of snow this evening.
Yes, indeed. I started watching around 3 o'clock when I saw the first flakes falling in Canton. We came over here to Holly Springs area. This is Old Highway 5, 6's Road area, and you can see what it looks like now just about 2 hours later. This is the real stuff, the big flakes, the one that hits you on the way down and you feel it. And just as Katie Beasley was describing what those road conditions were like here between Cobb and Bartow County, we're right sort of in the middle of that, we watched a near miss. These roads are getting very slick very quickly. And the cars weren't even going that fast. It's just a matter of making those turns, sort of maneuvering through this icy, slushy mix that's now starting to accumulate on the roads. It can be really dangerous. And fortunately, they, sort of maneuvered around each other and no cars made impact, but it was just a matter of a couple of feet that stopped that from happening and some very quick thinking drivers. So what Katie said is absolutely 100% true, as it always is. You really do have to be careful on these roads at this point. We've seen a lot of folks here. You just take a look here. It's just making these very simple turns that's getting a lot of folks hung up, and you start spinning to the left and spinning to the right and kind of fishtailing it there. You just got to take it easy, folks. This is the point where it's time to go home. If you don't have four-wheel drive, if you don't have chains, you really don't have any reason to be out here unless your boss says you got to go to work. This is the real deal, folks, and we're going to keep you posted all throughout the night here. We're reporting live from Holly Springs in Cherokee County. Portia Bruner, Fox 5 News.
Spin into the right, spin into the left. Sounds like there's a song in there somewhere.
It does.
Portia,
I'll make one up for you by 6.
All right. We can't wait to hear it. Portia, thank you.
Well, as we go to break, we'd like to thank Fox 5 viewer Anthony for sending us video from Austell this afternoon. We expect many more great pictures and video to come in as the storm moves through. We're going to try to pull that up. There it is. Also, we invite you to share your images. We have a full photo gallery on myfoxatlanta.com under the special winter weather coverage section on the homepage. We'll be right back.
State of emergency for Georgia. The state has taken active measures to prepare for this winter storm.
Well, Fox 5's Natalie Pozo with News Radio 106.7 continues our live coverage from the state GEMA headquarters. Natalie, please give us the latest.
Well, yes, good evening. I can tell you that a 5 o'clock briefing just wrapped up here at the command center for GEMA. You can see some of the state agencies in there. Jim Butterworth opened up the meeting saying he was proud of the team and their communication, and it's time to put their game faces on. Let's let you listen to how he opened up the meeting.
We've seen, as some of these bands have moved through the metro area, we've seen the temperatures on the road sensors drop down below 32 degrees. Normally, if that brine wasn't out there, it would be freezing. As those bands move out again, because there are some areas of very heavy snowfall, as those bands move out, the temperatures come back up because there are still a little bit of traffic moving across the road, so that warms that back up. At some point, and we don't know when that will be, and we don't know where that line will be, but at some point, that's going to happen. It's going to go below 32 degrees, and it's going to stay there. And that's when we're going to start seeing a lot of, or some level of ice and frozen surfaces. Folks need to be very, very careful. If you don't need to travel, stay at the house.
And during that 5 o'clock briefing, Jim Butterworth spoke of freezing conditions on some of the roads. That's what you're looking at right now. That is a road surface, road sensor map, I should say. And I can tell you that some of the roads that are seeing below freezing marks right now are Georgia 400 and State Route 60, I-75 near the South Loop, also I-75 near State Road 140, I-75 and 92 in Cherokee County, and State Road 20 and State Road 100 in Floyd County. So right now, that's what they will be keeping an eye on here. And again, just state agencies working together, keeping an eye on the weather and the conditions out on the road. The director of GEMA saying that things are running smoothly so far. And again, he's crediting that to all of the preparing that went into this moment, along with the communication. Reporting live at GEMA headquarters, Nathalie Pozo, News Radio 1067 for Fox 5 News.
All right, Nathalie. Well, from what we can see, it does appear that all the preparation is paying off. Have not been any major problems as of yet. Well, as we go to break, I want you to take a look at the snowy scene in Kennesaw this afternoon. This was sent to us by Fox 5 viewer Alicia Parker. Let's check in with Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandley as well.
Yeah, we've been monitoring the changeover, and a lot of folks are now seeing snow, and snow starts to accumulate big time in North Georgia. What you can expect the rest of the evening and how low temperatures will go in just a moment.
All right, just an hour away or so from sunset.
Yep. Big deal, because the temperature, a lot of plots will start dropping.
I gotta say,
I've
been getting some tweets. Where's the snow? We've
Yep.
seen some impressive pictures from up north, but now it's really starting to change over.
Yeah, if you're getting snow now, you're going to get snow the rest of the evening. If you're getting rain, there's a chance it's going to change over if you're close to Metro Atlanta. If you're on the south side, sorry, it's just going to be all rain with a snowflake intermittent in between. Let me show you what's happening outside. This is a Fox 5 Live Viper, and you can really see the line there, and it runs through the heart of the city. And north of that, boy, it is just all snow. snow and been that way. And you can see from Dallas over towards Lawrenceville in the top end perimeter, and you go northbound and look at all that snow, and it's been coming down for hours now in places like Rome and Calhoun and Ellijay. Ellijay is now 2 inches of snow on the ground. Dahlonega, starting to see the snow up there in Lumpkin County and on into northeast Georgia, and that's really going to continue even up into the northeast corner towards Toccoa and Habersham County, and then right along I-85, and then a bit of a changeover to the north of Athens. And then on the south side, look, yeah, it's just wet. There you go. Say through Noonan and Fayetteville over towards Griffin. It's just rain, but look at all the snow to go back through Mississippi, Alabama, even portions of Arkansas. That is what's coming our direction, and you can see it. It's going to be several hours before all this now takes place. All right, let me show you. This is another radar look, and it really kind of shows that line from Polk County down through Paulding County. Look at Cobb County now getting into the act. As I mentioned, the top end perimeter and moving on into northeast Georgia. There's the changeover in Gainesville right now. Your south side folks, just some rain. All right, so let's take you through the rest of the evening, and you see how this line, watch this now, sun sets just before 7 or 6:30 tonight. Watch by 8, 9 o'clock. Look how that dips down to the south. Be watching that very carefully. That encompasses a lot of people that live right on that line. And then we see it back up here across North Georgia. The snow continues through the early morning hours. So yeah, snowing now at in the 5 and 6 o'clock hour. And how about this? Still snowing places by 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, so this is the snowfall totals that I'm looking at now, and a sharp gradient between a little snow and a whole bunch. And there's going to be a whole bunch up here in northeast Georgia, all the way over through portions of Gilmer County and then into the northwest corner of the state. We're talking some areas above 7 inches of snow. And then in the metro area, look at that line there. Northern Gwinnett County as much as 4 inches. The southern part of the county, a trace to 1 inch. That's what we're dealing with, and 20, 25 miles will make all the difference as the snow starts banding. That's what we'll be looking for tonight. Okay, temperatures tomorrow morning, certainly a concern. 32 here in town, but look at all the areas where the snow's falling. You're waking up into the low 30s, even some upper 20s. So not going anywhere anytime fast. And we see a lot of clouds tomorrow. We're going to try to break loose of those clouds. A little hint of sunshine, but not warming much. So what we're watching, long duration of snow and sleet and rain tonight. Temps dropping after sunset. A lot of spots holding near 32. Snow totals ranging a pretty wide one, but here they go, from a dusting up to 7+ inches in some areas. Now, tomorrow afternoon, I'm hopeful we're going to see temperatures in the 40s up here, even where we had some snow, but a lot of times it'll keep it in the 30s, so it'll be a very little snow melt. When you get 5, 6, 7 inches of snow, it takes a while for all that to melt, and you see that northwest Georgia, much the same story with highs there in the lower 40s. So your forecast for tonight goes like this. Snow, sleet, rain, temperature holding in the low 30s. Your Fox 5 Storm Team AccuWeather forecast goes this way. We're getting a little drier now as we get into the weekend, but not a bunch of warm up. 45 on Friday, 48 on Saturday. Look at Sunday, mostly cloudy, good for the race folks. Upper 40s right now. Push the rain off to Monday, and early next week we have a chance there of some isolated showers and thunderstorms with temperatures there in the 60s. Now, of course, everybody wants to know what's going on with the roadways. Well, meteorologist Jeff Hill is out on the Fox 5 weather deck where it's precipitated. We had some sleet early on, some snowflakes, then some rain, but we're going to see dropping temperatures tonight, Jeff.
We are going to, and right now it's hardly doing anything. I mean, the rain is very, very light. There might be a little bit of sleet mixing in. I mean, it's barely doing anything. If anything, just kind of a drizzle. Current temperature right now here on our Fox 5 weather deck, if you can see that, is 34 degrees. And behind me, you can see on the grassy surfaces, hardly anything here in DeKalb County. But let's take a look at some of those temperature readings. And right now across North Georgia, we're looking at 32 degrees in Canton, 30 up in Rome where you've gotten all that heavy snow. So I'm sure with the temperature near 30, well, we know the roads are getting kind of bad up there. We've seen our reporters. 34 in Carrollton, but still near 40 all the way down toward Thomaston, 35 in LaGrange, 38 in Eatonton. So let's go take a look at some of the road conditions. We're going to start way up in the North Georgia mountains near Blue Ridge. And interestingly enough, the road temperature along State Route 515 Blue Ridge Drive, 37 degrees. So the road is very warm there. The air temperature, though, 31. And what will happen is that road temperature will really start to drop quickly tonight. US 19, State Route 60, this is up Georgia 400 as you get up toward Dawsonville. Air temperature 32, road temperature 32 as well. Head southward down toward the Marietta Loop. The road temperature right now at 75 and 120, already at 31. So you're going to have slick spots and bad road conditions there if not already now, in the next few minutes. I-75 downtown connector right now, things are fine. So we'll continue to monitor that, and David will be back with the forecast in a little bit. And David, outside right now, it's amazing. It's really not doing a whole lot outside right now.
A little break in the action, but we are certainly going to see more precipitation in here through the course of the evening, and we'll have an update on that when the more of a changeover takes place here in the metro area coming up in a few minutes.
David, we'll see you then. Thank you. We're continuing our coverage of this winter storm warning.
The Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is in Hall County with the latest on what's happening. Angelique, what's it looking like?
Well, you know, Sine, we've actually seen just an array of different types of weather. When we first got up here, there was sleet. Then that sleet turned to snow. The snow then turned to rain, and now we're back at snow again. In fact, we just arrived here where there was a traffic accident. In fact, Hall County is starting to tell us that they are getting calls of many accidents that are starting to pop up around the county. We had a truck here traveling on Highway 53 eastbound that made a turn here onto Monday Mill, and actually the load that he was carrying just spilled out into the highway. They had been working the accident for about an hour. Now, we've been talking to the folks at the Emergency Operations Center, and they are monitoring everything that's going on here. They also tell us there is one power line down, and keep in mind, Hall County was the place just last week during the ice storm that was hit extremely hard, so they are hoping not to see that again with this snow. They say they don't think they will have a lot of trees down, but they say they are expecting accumulations. As you can see, this is a wet snow. It's a pretty big snowdrop that we're seeing here, and it will likely accumulate. So we will be here and continue to monitor the situation here in Hall County. Reporting live, Angelique Proctor, back to you.
Yeah, it looks like things are just getting started where you are. All right, Angelique, thank you. We continue our live team coverage of the winter storm.
Yeah, let's check in now with Fox 5's Deidre Dukes in Alpharetta right now. Deidre?
Yeah, and what a different scene from when I last spoke to you about an hour ago. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is what we've been experiencing here in Alpharetta for much of the afternoon here for the past 3 hours or so. It has started snowing heavily here, and as temperatures drop, we initially saw that as the snow fell, it will hit the roads, the asphalt. Now we're seeing that water really turn to slush. So the roads are kind of developing just a light slushiness to them on the roadways here. Not as many people on the roads as we saw out here earlier. We're joining you live from Old Milton Parkway and South Main Street, and within the last couple of hours we have seen businesses start to close here, and really more people heading home as the weather gets worse out here the afternoon heading into this evening. Now, as you can see, we also are seeing more snow actually sticking to the ground here on the streets here and also the sidewalks. We're also experiencing more snow blanketing the grass here and also the shrubs. So as this snow continues to fall, the temperatures dropping out here in Alpharetta, really just seeing a nice blanketing of snow. The concern here, though, as we've been watching the changing weather situation, is what we are seeing on the roadways. Now, we were hearing earlier that there were no reports in this area of weather-related accidents as of yet, but you'd have to imagine that as this water here on the roadways does turn to slush, as it gets colder out here tonight, that there would be that concern for that black ice that we always worry about this time of year when we're dealing with these severe weather events. And that is the latest here in Alpharetta. A very steady, heavy, wet snowfall for you this afternoon. Back to you in studio.
All right, thank you, Deidre. As we go to break, we want to take a look at the winter weather scene in Lawrenceville this afternoon and extend a big thanks to Fox 5 viewer Tony Viggins for sending in this video. We invite you to post your pictures and your video on our Fox 5 Atlanta Facebook page. Also, check out our photo gallery. You'll find it at myfoxatlanta.com. Stay with us.
Well, it's game on tonight for the Hawks versus the Mavericks down at Phillips Arena, despite the weather out there. But Hawks are saying if you can't make it, they're going to offer a refund.
Yeah, that's a good option for people who prefer to stay off the roads.
Indeed. So let's continue our live team coverage of the winter storm. Now with Fox 5's Dale Russell, who's in the middle of the elements for us tonight. Dale?
Let me give you the picture here. We're east of 400 and coming in Forsyth County. We're at a gas station. To give you an idea of what we're dealing with, they just shut off the lights and are closing shop. Leaving. Right next door to us, over this way a bit, is an all-night diner, the Waffle House. Well, there's nobody there. I haven't seen a car come in the last hour or so. It's pretty much deserted around this area in terms of people coming and going. But what is happening out here is, I think the best way I can describe it to you is, it's a three-ring circus of weather. You sit here and watch to the left, and all of a sudden it's raining and sleet, and then you look down and look up, and then it's stopped. And then you look down and you look over to this way, and the snow is falling. It's truly a classic wintry mix. And all within the last hour or so, I would say we've seen this snow finally starting to connect. It's dropping, it's on the ground, it's going to be on the streets because, as I said earlier, there's wet, snow, ice, and rain all coming down here. And reporting from Forsyth County, Dale Russell, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you so much, Dale. Well, we're continuing our coverage of this winter storm warning.
Fox 5's Trevor Shirley is in Cleveland with the latest on what's happening there. Trevor, any snowfall yet? Well, looks like there's plenty of it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, take a look. It's really coming down. In fact, we got here about 2 hours ago. There was nothing. About 30 minutes after we got here, that's when the snow started coming down, and it has not let up since. And here's what we're starting to notice. It's only been in about the past 20 or 30 minutes that it started to accumulate on the ground. Before that, it was hitting the ground and it was melting. Now it's starting to build up, and this is where we could start to see some problems, because even just walking around this parking lot, it's slick. I've been sliding around a little bit. Cars, I imagine, could be potentially having the same kinds of problems here, especially as the temperature continues to drop. Let's take a look over here. You can see there are a lot of businesses over here, especially this hardware store. I don't know if we can get a shot of that, but a lot of the business here are really starting to close down. So people starting to hunker down, stay in for the night, and I would say that's probably your best bet if you're anywhere up here in this area dealing with this snow. There's something else I want to point out about this snow that I'm noticing. Last week when we were dealing with this, it was that light, fluffy, dry snow. What we're dealing with now is a really heavy, wet snow, and it's making things very slick. So that's the difference between what we were seeing last week and what we're dealing with now. So as it's starting to come down and starting to accumulate, I think it's safe to say that we could see a decent amount of accumulation as the evening continues. We're going to stay out here and bring you updates throughout the newscast. For now, though, we are live in Cleveland, Georgia. I'm Trevor Shirley, Fox 5 News.
And I liked the zoom in on Trevor's jacket to show us just how quickly that snow is accumulating.
And how
there.
big those flakes are in Cleveland.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Trevor. Well, we're getting some great video and pictures from across the area tonight. Please keep it coming in. You can check out our photo gallery, share your pictures and your video. Also, watch our live team coverage right now on myfoxatlanta.com. We'll be right back.
Winter storm is in full swing across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. Yes, there's rain to the south, but there's plenty of snow up to the north. Take a look at FOX5 Live Vipir right now, and you can see that the areas have been getting snow all afternoon, where they'll continue that into the evening hours. And you can just draw the line here out I-20 and then up I-85. And boy, this is the bullseye right here across Calhoun and Rome and Canton over towards Dahlonega. Now Gainesville getting into the act up towards the northeast Georgia mountains as well. And I'm really watching the area out towards Lawrenceville and portions of Barrow County, trying to get into Jackson County as well, as we see that changeover. A lot of this is sleet making its way up I-85, and down on the south side, it's rain and some heavy rain, but every now and then you'll get a sleet pellet, maybe a big snowflake. But as far as any accumulating snow down toward Coweta County, Spalding County, and Newton County, just don't see that happening right now. Stay with us, though. Temperatures, yeah, it's cold. How about Canton and Gainesville? They're at 32 now, 30 in Rome. 36 here, that's where we've been holding, 34 over in Carrollton. As we take you forward through time, the winter storm warning will hang in there right on through tomorrow morning for the risk of 3 to 6 inches of snow. Higher amounts in the North Georgia mountains, and the band of snow is going to see higher that as well. And then we're going to see lower amounts down on the south side, but major travel issues. We're already seeing that across the region. So as we take you through the evening, watch how the snow rain line sinks a little further to the south there, crossing the metro area. Watching that very carefully along about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Snowing where it's snowing, yeah, that will continue for the better part of tonight and early tomorrow morning. That's where we're going to get those impressive accumulations as they work their way right on through metro Atlanta, North Georgia. Look at the rain continuing down on the south side. Going to see in excess of 1.5 inches, maybe even 2 inches of rain down there. We'll continue to fine tune the timing of that, as well as snowfall accumulations. That coming up at 6.
All right, David. Well, as that accumulation continues to build, we're hearing from more and more school districts who are canceling classes for tomorrow. Cobb schools now announcing that they will be closed for tomorrow. Of course, continue to check our website at myfoxatlanta.com, where you can keep an updated eye on any other school district.
It's going to be tricky to get around in some parts of the state tomorrow morning. All right, we're in full swing now, and then for the long haul, as the snow expected to last long into the night continues to fall.
And roads getting worse by the minute. So let's check in with Sky Fox Traffic's Katie Beasley.
Yeah, they are getting worse and worse and worse. The slickest areas are going to be on 575, 75, and Georgia 400. Let's take a look at Forsyth County right now. Highway 9, these are the ice reports. Highway 9 at Fowler Road, Highway 306 at Highway 369, 400 at 369, and at Jotham Down Road. So that's just a few of the reports there in Forsyth County. In Gordon County, there's a vehicle down an embankment on State Route 53 in Fairmont area. That's going to be State Route 53 that's closed in both directions from US 411 to the East County line because of those poor conditions and because of that crash there. Now, taking a look at our camera on 75, the worst areas of delays are going to be in Bartow County. This is a peak near Red Top Mountain. Our camera pixelating here, but right around Red Top Mountain Road, heavy delays in that area. Multiple wrecks have been reported in that area, and those conditions are really getting worse and worse there on 75 between Bartow County and Cobb County. You've got 40 minutes worth of delays just to move through that area right now. Tom.
And as you mentioned, conditions rapidly deteriorating out there. All right, Katie, thank you. A little closer to Atlanta, Fox 5's Randy Travis is in Buford tonight.
Randy, things are really starting to pick up there.
Yeah, you know, anybody who's ever been to historic downtown Buford knows how pretty it is. I got to tell you, it's even prettier with snow coming down. I'm going to walk across Main Street here. The snow really started coming down heavy about 5-10 minutes ago. Before that, it was a mixture of rain, sleet, then some snow, then nothing, then rain, and now it's coming down pretty heavy. I'd say maybe half an inch or so far here. No problems with the roads just yet. In fact, I saw a Gwinnett County road maintenance truck go by with a bunch of sand and other stuff to put down on the roads still in the truck. They weren't putting any of it down here in Buford, so I guess they're saving it for perhaps later on this evening. But right now, roads are fine. Just a pretty spot here in downtown Buford. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much. We're going to continue to monitor this changing weather situation on Fox 5 and myfoxatlanta.com. So stay with us. A live look from our Fox 5 storm tracker. We'll be right back.
We learned today that Georgia has delayed the execution of its only female death row inmate.
Kelly Renee Gissendanner's execution was set for tonight at 7 p.m. That execution is now scheduled for Monday. The Department of Corrections did not say why the date was moved. A jury convicted Gissendanner of murder in the 1997 killing of her husband. She was sentenced to death the following year. Gwinnett County fire crews battled a fire that broke out just a few hours ago. It happened at a commercial building on Pleasant Hill Road in Lilburn. Firefighters saw flames inside the building on arrival. We do not have any reports of injuries there.
As we go to break tonight, West Georgia getting hit by the winter weather right now. This was Berry College. This was the Eagle Can out there just after 3 o'clock, and take a look at it again just before 5 o'clock. We're going to continue our team coverage of the winter storm. Boy, look at all the snow that accumulated in that nest.
And I think the Eagle's still under the snow there.
Mom and Dad are going to have to do
head moving.
Extra good job of keeping things warm in there for the little ones.
Thank goodness for that down.
We'll be right back.
News at 6 starts right now.
Well, the snow is falling in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia, and Governor Deal has already issued a state of emergency in dozens of counties. Good evening. I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Lisa Ree, and we are seeing only the beginning of what promises to be a nasty stretch of winter weather. Snow and freezing rain has blanketed much of North Georgia tonight. If you don't have to be out on the road tonight, stay home and be prepared to stay put through tomorrow.
Several school systems have already announced that they will close tomorrow. They include Gilmer, Lumpkin, and Banks counties. Also closed Cartersville City Schools. White, Murray, Polk, and Towns County schools will also be closed tomorrow. And within the last 15 minutes, Cobb, Union, and Paulding counties announced that they will also close. And Marietta City Schools will be closed as well. That complete list is growing by the minute, and it's at the bottom of your screen.
We have live team coverage of the winter storm as it moves into Georgia. Our crews are all across North Georgia, ready to bring you the very latest.
But we begin tonight with Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandley. David, what's the latest?
Well, latest is we're seeing more snow fall across North Georgia, and that's trend's going to continue continue on into the evening hours. Take a look at the Fox 5 Live Vipir, and you can see the white there on the screen. Definite line here running out of Polk County through Paulding County, northern Cobb County. Look how it dips down into right in Sandy Springs area with some light snow right now, and then arcing right up 985 into Gainesville and Hall County. And we expect that line to move a little bit further to the south as we get into the evening hours and lose the sunlight. And we're finding some more snow up here in Jackson County and up into the northeast Georgia mountains, where it is accumulating big time. And then Jeff Hill and I were just looking at the radar here, even some rumbles of thunder out towards Putnam County and Eatonton. Yeah, that's how dynamic this system is, and heavy rain down south of McDonough on I-75, and some rain now in around Coweta County and Noonan. Now, here's what's going on. Winter storm warning that went into effect this morning is still with us. Nothing's changed with that. Neither have our opportunities to see 3 to 6 inches of snow in a lot of spots. Bands of higher amounts of snow across parts of North Georgia, lower amounts in the south metro area, and then major travel issues unfold as we see this snow just pile up in a lot of spots. So, as we take a look at the forecast, watch as we go through the evening. There's the dividing line as it gets a little further south in and around metro Atlanta by 8, 9 o'clock tonight. The snow continuing. If it's snowing where you are right now, it's going to continue tonight and into early tomorrow morning before we see a thing come to an end. And that's going to be where we get these impressive snow totals. Again, rain down on the south side. But look at that. After the midnight hour and into the early morning hours of Thursday, the snow and the rain continue. We've already had impressive snow accumulations right now. We're going to add to that. Meteorologist Jeff Hill joins me now, and Jeff is one of those situations where we see folks that get snow, a lot of it are happy. The folks are right on the edge, not so much.
Absolutely, because right on the edge, it's a little bit messy. We have that mixture of sleet and snow changing at times to rain, and you're probably not going to see a whole lot of accumulation right where that demarcation line is. But north of it, take a look at some of these totals. Up toward Rome, you already picked up 2-3 inches of snowfall. Same for many locations across the North Georgia mountains. And with all that moisture continuing to come in, and as David was saying, if you're getting the snow now, you'll continue to get it later on tonight. We could have some of these little bullseyes here across North Georgia where we see snow totals approaching 6 inches or better, and it's going to be a very heavy, wet snow. So be very careful shoveling that stuff tomorrow morning. It's going to have a lot of weight to it, and also with all that weight, the possibility, especially on pine trees, with all that heavy snow settling on the pine needles on the branches, we could see some of those branches coming down. Now, as far as temperatures go overnight tonight, something else we have to watch for, because as they approach freezing, especially in areas where the snow is already accumulated, the roadways are going to start to freeze over. You're going to have that slush turning into a crunchy layer of ice. So be very careful in areas like over toward Rome and Cedartown, up to around Woodstock, where the snow has already accumulated. You're going to have some nasty road conditions tomorrow morning. Here in the immediate metro area, we just kind of have to wait and see, especially on the major interstates that have already been treated. Hopefully they'll be okay, but temperatures going to be getting close to 32 degrees, even in and around the city of Atlanta. But farther down to the south, where you've seen just plain old rain, temperatures will remain well above freezing. We'll continue to monitor this, and David will be back in a few minutes with more on our forecast.
All right, Jeff, thanks. As you know, West Georgia saw the first round of freezing rain and snow this afternoon.
And Fox 5 Storm Team meteorologist Doug Evans has followed the winter weather all day. He's live in the Fox 5 Stormchaser in Calhoun right now. Doug?
Hi, Lisa and Russ. We have left Calhoun heading north on Interstate 75, just passing Resaca. Boy, I tell you, the interstates are really taking a beating up here in North Georgia. Things may be looking good around the metro Atlanta highways, but not up here. Take a live look right now from the Fox 5 Stormchaser. This is a 3-lane interstate heading up north. We are now down to 2 travel lanes. You can see that there are lots of people still on the roadways. These are people that are traveling through our state, possibly. They will not have an opportunity to stay off the roads, as has been encouraged in the metro Atlanta area. These are just people either trying to get into the state, get through the state, or get out of the state. We are heading northbound right now. There is probably at least an inch and a half of snow on the ground, accumulating on the ground. The roadway itself, the pavement is slushy and it's wet, and it's not really slick though, is it, Scott? Scott Christenberry, our chief photographer, is driving the Fox 5 Stormchaser. He shakes his head no, that it's not really slippery, but you just got to be very, very cautious out there. We're starting to see the temperatures drop now. It's 31 degrees up here. The temperatures are definitely starting to go down. The profile of these roadways, that's going to change a lot over the next hour or so. We're going to keep you on top of it in the Fox 5 Stormchaser, and we'll be reporting back later in the newscast. Back to you, Russ and Lisa.
Doug Evans, thanks very much. Now, continuing our Fox 5 Storm Team coverage of this winter storm warning, we stay in the northwest corner of the state.
Fox 5's Beth Galvin is in Rome, where the snow is really coming down. And Beth, we have to admit, it's a really pretty sight there.
Oh, it's beautiful down here, Lisa and Russ. We're in downtown Rome, Georgia, on Broad Street, which is the main thoroughfare through here. And for the most part, people have really heeded the warnings to kind of get home and hunker down, except for there are still a few folks who are out here having a good time. If you look right over here, these folks are in a kind of four-wheel type Jeep thing. How are you guys? Good. It started snowing here in Rome just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it came on pretty fast and furious while the rest of the metro Atlanta area was getting a lot of rain. We just got steady snow for the last couple of hours. The road conditions right now, the temperature has dropped to about 32 degrees, so that is freezing here in the Rome-Floyd County area. And I want to show you the snow. If you look at the road conditions behind me, you can see it's still really slushy, and it's got a very sort of a liquid state to it right now. We're expecting, though, that this stuff is really going to harden, and we're going to see some real icing here in a few hours. But if you look at the quality of the snow down here, I want to show you this. We've had a couple of inches. Just look at this stuff. I mean, it's beautiful, heavy snow, the perfect kind of stuff for a snowball fight. I think one is starting right behind us back there. I hope I don't get hit. Uh-oh, watch out for YouTube. Anyway, guys, really, really beautiful conditions down here. Very, very cold in Rome. We're getting a lot of great hospitality. People have already come out from the cafes over here to bring us homemade hot chocolate. Somebody just came out with coffee, so they are definitely taking care of us down here in Rome. But we're really hoping that as we slip into night here and things really begin to solidify and we start to see ice, that people will heed the emergency management's warning to really stay home tonight, enjoy this, go out, but don't be on the roads. Live in Rome, Georgia, Beth Galvin, Fox 5 News.
Making those snowballs are so tempting. Be careful out there. A lot of people throwing behind you, Beth.
I saw her looking over. It's right to look over your shoulder. They're being gentlemen and aren't throwing your way. That's good.
Yeah, what a gorgeous sight in Rome, though. Continuing our Fox 5 Storm Team coverage, we're going to continue with some school closures as well. The latest added to that list is Cherokee County. Schools are closed tomorrow.
All right, we turn now to Fox 5's Denise Dillon in Cartersville, down I-75 from Rome in Bartow County. And Denise, it started there with rain, then sleet and snow. What's happening right now?
It has been snowing for almost 3 hours now. For the first time, it has finally almost come to an end. But you were talking about a gorgeous sight. Just take a look down there. All the trees covered in snow. It really is absolutely beautiful. But again, snowing for almost 3 hours. And when it began, it was those big, thick, heavy snowflakes, and look what it left behind. I mean, we are talking about 2.5 inches or so right here of that good packing snow, the kind of snow you have a good snowball fight with, make a nice snowman. But we talked about this before. This is when it's going to start getting dangerous. Right now, not a lot of people on the roads. People were told yesterday from the Bartow County Sheriff's officials, hey, stay off the roads. A lot of people followed that advice. A lot of businesses around here closed early or didn't open at all, as a matter of fact. Just talked to my friends over at the Bartow County Sheriff's Office. They tell me there have been a number of accidents throughout the county, but at this point, no roads are closed. I also talked to another friend, Matt, who's a tow truck driver. He has been going up and down Interstate 75 in this area in Bartow County. He said there was a 5-mile stretch where he saw a minimum of 5 accidents. He says the Interstate 75 is actually worse than the roads here, the surface streets. He says it's getting slushy, getting slick, getting dangerous. Right here, not so bad. I mean, it's slushy, but it's not slick. You don't feel like you're going to slide on it. We did see one truck driver doing a few donuts over there, having a little fun. That's okay for now. But if you're going to be on the roads, be careful, be cautious, slow down. Reporting live in Cartersville, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
All good advice, Denise, and it really does look relatively empty behind you. I mean, people seem to be heeding the advice to stay off the road.
Staying off the roads. Staying off the roads. That's important.
All right. Thank you, Denise.
Our live team coverage of this winter storm continues as the Fox 5 Storm Team monitors the changing weather situation. This is a live look at Cherokee County right now, north of town, and the snow is still coming down.
Hey, and don't forget to download our new Fox 5 News app. You can watch our live streaming video, get the latest school closings and breaking news updates, even when your power is out. Just be sure to make sure those devices are fully charged. It's free on Apple and Android devices. Just search Fox 5 Atlanta.
Chief Meteorologist David Chandley back with you, and we're monitoring the snow that continues to fall. A little bit of break in the action in some spots, but it's certainly not over by any stretch, and even some light rain here in the Fox 5 studios here in DeKalb County. Let me show you what's going on with the radar, and you can see on Fox 5 Live Viper that we've still got a lot of snow in North Georgia, a little bit of a mix there across the northern suburbs from Haralson County right through Paulding County, where it's kind of let up just a little bit, but more is coming right up into North Fulton County, back down into Walton County, and over towards Athens. But the snow has been fairly relentless around Calhoun and Ellijay, where we've got a couple inches now, a couple inches in Dahlonega. Over in Gainesville, the snow continues, and on into northeast Georgia as well. So as we take you forward through time, you can see that line just kind of meandering right around 8, 9 o'clock, right along the top end perimeter. Top of that, north of that, yeah, the snow is going to continue for hours to come, and that's where we're going to get those impressive snowfall totals. And then here, a little bit of showers, and then the cold air really kind of firm entrenched in here by midnight into the early morning hours of Thursday. Look at that, more precipitation up here in North Georgia, right into the metro Atlanta area. We're going to talk about morning lows and when we find temperatures tomorrow finally getting above freezing. We'll have that for you in just a few minutes.
All right, David, thanks. Governor Nathan Deal and GEMA are urging everyone who doesn't have have to be on the roads tonight to please stay at home.
Road conditions are getting worse. Let's check in with Skyfox Traffic's Katie Beasley. Katie, how are they doing out there?
Hey, we're updating you on some of the conditions. The worst metro areas are going to be in that northwest corridor right now, but we're getting more and more reports coming in Paulding County, also in Hall County too. So we're going to start here with Cherokee County. These are some of the worst reports we're getting in right now. 575 at Sixes Road, also State Route 20 at Greenwood Court, State Route 20 at 575. That's both going to be exits 16 and 19 of Highway 20 coming in from Cumming, and then also working your way toward Cartersville. So again, both ends of Highway 20 there, right around 575. The bridges and the overpasses by far the worst areas. Now crews have been clearing wrecks on I-75 in Bartow County. You can see the long line of delays here, the red on your map showing those delays, but they've had at least 3 different wrecks with injuries. 75 in Bartow County between Glade Road and Red Top Mountain. They've gotten most of those cleared, but you can still see the heavy delays in that area as just about one lane is moving there well. The one right lane treated and traffic moving along there. So still heavy delays there on 75 up in Bartow County and also there on 575. And we've got a crash in the median on Georgia 400 northbound at Hammond Drive. They've just cleared this one off, but it was just north of 285 off to that right shoulder now. Just a lot of wet roads when you get closer to the perimeter. You can see such a stark difference here when you're looking at the roads really close to 285 and inside the perimeter versus those roads up in the mountains and working your way up toward 575 and 75. So just a lot of wet roads closer to the city, but just as dangerous. Lisa, back to you.
Governor Mayer wanted everybody off the roads by 4, and it looks like people are taking heed. Katie, thanks. All of North Georgia and Metro Atlanta started to see snow, sleet, and ice earlier this afternoon.
And tonight we continue our live winter storm coverage in Cherokee County. Fox 5's Portia Bruner is there. Portia, I'm sure you're not surprised that they decided to cancel school in Cherokee County just about 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely not. It makes 100% perfect sense. Now, let me tell you something. I have heard that I can be a little bossy. Allegedly, my nickname is Bossy Bruner. Allegedly. So I'm going to try not to sound too bossy when I say this, but if you have no business out here, stay home. These roads really are getting really slick. You heard Katie Beasley talking about Sixes Road, 575. That's just a stone's throw from where we are. I'm going to show you that curve there. This is Sixes Road at Old Highway 575, just around the bend, and we have watched several near misses. Small cars, large cars, SUVs. Everyone is really having a tough time trying to traverse this without spinning out. The key is to take it slow and take it slow as you go home and then stay home, because this is not a kind of condition that you want to have to deal with. We have watched several near misses right here at this intersection, even watched as the truck was coming kind of perilously close to us and thought, you know what, let's get behind the pole. I can tell you the Holly Springs police officers we've seen going by, they have on chains on their back tires. The bigger trucks, same thing. We've also seen some Holly Springs trucks going through from the city of Holly Springs. They actually have plows on the front, so they've been trying to do what they can, due diligence if you would, to try to get these roads cleared out. But it's starting to get kind of slushy. It's starting to get a little bit icy, and as the temperatures drop overnight, even though the snow isn't falling at the same volume that it was, this is what's going to be a problem, and I'm sure that is what led to Cherokee County School District deciding they did not want to put the school buses on these roads tomorrow morning. So if you can stay home, unless your boss is saying you gotta come to work, stay home. It's the best place for you at this point. We're reporting live from Cherokee County. Portia Bruner, Fox 5 News.
I mean, really, most schools were closed today. They got to be closed tomorrow with the kind of snow that's coming down. Thanks very much, Portia.
Yes, indeed.
As we go to break, we want to show you this video from Marietta. As snow began to fall this afternoon, we expect more great pictures and video to come in as the storm moves through, and we appreciate you joining the cause with us.
Share yours and check out our photo gallery on myfoxatlanta.com. It's under our special winter weather coverage section. That's on the homepage. Our Fox 5 Stormchaser out and about this afternoon, monitoring the roads for us in the Calhoun area at this hour. As you can see, fairly clear, Russ, and that was a major concern of the governor, that everyone would stay off the roads to keep them as clear as possible if they needed to be retreated. So it looks like people are taking heed to all the warnings, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, it is a good thing. That in Gordon County, up in the northwest corner of the state, where they've seen a lot of the snow today.
All right, well, we're just in the middle of this, or rather, it's just beginning. Governor Nathan Deal held a news conference earlier today declaring a state of emergency for Georgia.
And Fox 5's Nathalie Pozo with News Radio 1067 continues our live coverage tonight from the state GEMA headquarters. Nathalie?
Well, Lisa, Russ, in a briefing that wrapped up just a short time ago, GEMA Director Jim Butterworth told folks here to get their game faces on. We have several state agencies working together, keeping an eye on the weather and the conditions outside. They're getting live updates from several resources, including this road sensors map that you see here behind me. It keeps an eye on the surface of the roads, the temperature, and the wind speed. Now, we do have several roads just north of I-20 that are falling below freezing. Some of those include Georgia 400 and State Route 60, I-75 and the South Loop, and also State Road 20 and 100 in Floyd County. Now, Butterworth telling me that with those roads falling below freezing, they do expect for the roads to become slick in the near future. Here's an update, the latest update from him.
What is happening is a lot of snow is coming down, and as predicted, as we've been talking about for 24, 36 hours, we're seeing a lot of snow coming in from the northwest primarily, but also seeing snow and definitely some sleet and any number of different types of frozen precipitation, even in the metro Atlanta area.
And Butterworth also added that folks who may have had a delayed decision in heading home or who may be out on the roads right now will most likely need assistance. He says that is what they are here for, to help folks who may be stuck. Now, Georgia State Patrol telling us they have about 174 troopers in the metro Atlanta area ready to help with any sort of emergencies. Reporting live at GEMA headquarters, Nathalie Pozo, News Radio 1067 for Fox 5 News.
Already several inches of snow across North Georgia, and more is falling. Take a look at Fox 5 Live Vipir. Yeah, a lot of white and pink on the map. What you can expect into the evening is next.
David's back. I-20 does seem to be the rain-snow dividing line, but it's fascinating how quickly the conditions change as you go north.
Yeah, it's kind of exactly, and then it's also dipping down towards the west side over there in Carroll County, so that's south of I-20, and then you get on the other side down towards Newton County and portions of Walton County down the other side of I-20. It's kind of the omega shape. We'll show you that here on radar in just a moment. Fox 5 Live Vipir has been busy all afternoon. Boy, it rolled in here as anticipated right after lunch, and then bingo, we got snow and we got sleet and we got rain. We got all three at one time in some spots, and there's what I'm talking about. There's the dividing line, and up and over the top end perimeter, and then back down towards Gwinnett County and Walton County right now. And north of that has been snow. South of that has been mostly rain and a little bit of mixed in between. But look at the snow continuing in Rome and Calhoun, Canton, Ellijay. Bit of a break at times, but there's more to come. Down on the south side, more rain too. And look up through northeast Georgia, the snow in the northeast foothills. And then a little bit of a mix just north of Athens there through Madison County and on into Jackson County or Jefferson, in the city of Jefferson, and on into Barrow County as well. All right, down in Jackson County, it's just rain. It's just a lot of it. And you're looking at rain through Griffin and Noonan and over towards LaGrange. A cold rain at that at times. Maybe mixed with a sleet pellet, but no frozen precipitation for you. Temperatures like this. 32 in Gainesville, 32 in Canton, certainly indicative of the snow falling. 31 in Rome, 33 in Carrollton. We've been holding at 36 in Atlanta. I anticipate that's going to drop a few degrees now as we get past sunset and the precipitation continues to fall. And that's what we're looking at here. 8, 9 o'clock. There's the line right through the northern suburbs of Atlanta. And keep in mind, it started snowing this afternoon in places like Rome and Calhoun and Jasper. That's going to continue through the overnight hours past midnight. And it won't be too early tomorrow morning. We start putting a bit of a lid on that as far as the precipitation goes. Look at this. Stop the clock at 2 a.m. Still plume snow all the way from Cleveland down through Canton and into the northern suburbs over towards Carrollton and Douglas County. Yeah, you may still get some frozen precipitation along about early tomorrow morning, and then it all ends by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. But boy, the damage is going to be done because whatever's fallen is going to stay there. Look at our temperatures that I'm forecasting. They'll be in the low 30s in most areas. Let me get to snowfall totals. Very, very impressive here. So we see that banding taking place up here to the north. Big demarcation from the blue, light blues. That's about 2 inches all the way up to the 7-inch total that we're going to see in places like Dahlonega and Blue Ridge over towards Calhoun and Rome. Now that doesn't mean that everybody's going to see that, but those are going to be the top amounts, I think. And look how we go from Cumming all the way down to Lawrenceville and drop several inches, and then in the northern suburbs of Atlanta just a trace or a dusting. That's what we anticipate is going to happen through the morning hours. 32 for a wake-up temperature tomorrow. Going to be colder in some spots. Places like Woodstock and Rome and Cedartown in the upper 20s to near 30, 28 in Blairsville, 32 also up in Clayton, but then warmer on the south side, readings in the mid-30s. So, of course, we're watching this through the evening for you. We've got a long duration of the snow, sleet, and rain. Temperatures dropping after sunset, holding near 32 in a lot of areas, and that's snow totals all over the map, but from a dusting up to 7+ inches. Now we get a little bit of a break come tomorrow afternoon, so we find temperatures warming back up into the 40s, but barely across North Georgia. So it will be a slow melt, especially with several inches of snow on the ground. Here's your Fox 5 Storm Team AccuWeather forecast. The way we see it right now, partly cloudy on your Friday, mostly cloudy on Saturday, and temperatures trying to get there into the upper 40s, and we'll stay in the upper 40s to near 50 by Sunday. We push the rain risk off to the early part of next week with a chance of some showers and thunderstorms in here come Tuesday and Wednesday. As we're looking around North Georgia, we've seen some very impressive snowfall totals. My colleague, meteorologist Jeff Hill, joins us now from the Fox 5 weather deck. And Jeff, we're seeing some folks starting to see inches total now.
That's right, mainly up across the North Georgia mountains. Here where I stand, it's rain coming down right now, and we just had a little bit of light sleet and snow on the grassy surfaces behind me. So again, not much here in DeKalb County. But let's go take a look at some of those snow totals across North Georgia, and as David was saying, they are quite impressive in some spots. Here's a look at some road sensors for you, but let's go take a look at some of the road sensors for you. Here's State Route 515 up in Blue Ridge. We're going to jump now to the radar. Let's go take a look at some of the snow totals that we promised you, and we're going to go first off. Let's go on up to, there you go, some snow up in Rome. It picked up about an inch of snowfall there. Other parts of Floyd County may be getting a little bit more than that in Cartersville.
2 inches of snow fell in the Cartersville area. Also over toward Dawsonville, you picked up about 2 inches of snowfall, and on up into Dahlonega about 1.2. Farther to the south, though, it's been mainly sleet. Up to the north end toward Dawsonville, picked up 2 inches of snow there. So we'll be back with more on the forecast, more on the snow that we can expect as we go through the rest of tonight. Chief Meteorologist David Chandley will be joining us in just a little bit.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Now, Fox 5 is continuing our team coverage of this winter storm warning.
Yeah, Jeff showed us that the snow is falling across North Georgia, but what about closer to the perimeter? Fox 5's Patty Pan is in Marietta. And Patty, how are things looking there right now?
Actually, we are here at Powers Ferry and Delk Road, where things are actually very good. There's actually no accumulation on the roadways. Now, though sleet, rain have been falling here in Cobb County since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's pretty much been the cycle. Right now, it's actually pretty quiet. Very, very light rain. Now, again, as I've said, there's no accumulation. And what's amazing is that it's very light out here, very light traffic, no cars. And I think a lot of people either got home early from work or heeding the warnings, telling them to stay inside. Now, I can also say that a lot of the area businesses where we are, we have found out that they have closed to make sure that their employees get home and that people don't come out onto the roads to their stores. Now, a few minutes ago, I did check with Cobb County authorities. They tell us they are staged and ready to go. They've got crews on standby, and they have trucks on the roadway in case of an emergency. Reporting from Cobb County, I'm Patty Pan, 5 News.
All right, Patty, thanks. Let's continue our live team coverage in Alpharetta right now.
Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there now. Deidre, what are you seeing?
Well, after a very heavy snowfall throughout the afternoon mixed with a good bit of sleet, it's rather quiet out here as the sun sets. We're experiencing rain. Now, we're going to pan over to the street and you can really get a sense of what we're dealing with right now. Just a heavy, steady rainfall out here in Alpharetta. We had some slush that was starting to accumulate and form on the roads. That has actually been somewhat washed away by the traffic and the rain falling at this hour. But if you look here on the ground, you can still see on the grassy areas that accumulation of some of that snow that we were experiencing a little earlier. But with the rain coming, all the snow that was starting to accumulate here on the sidewalks and on the brickwork here has since washed away. As we did show you earlier, we had several businesses start to close here early in the afternoon. That parking lot really emptying out as the snow really started to come down here around 3 o'clock into 4 o'clock. We just started seeing folks just filing out of there, out of that little shopping center there, and the cars just moved on out as well. Only a few large pharmacies still open at this hour. We see people making their way there to do some shopping, but otherwise it's been pretty quiet here as the afternoon has worn on into the evening. Even the traffic out here really is starting to be a little light as people have been making their way home, just not wanting to get caught out in any bad weather. And that's the latest here in Alpharetta. Back to you.
Yeah, that's good news. We're hoping everyone is safe at home and in a warm place. Deidre, thanks so much. What does it look like in Dahlonega right now? Our live team coverage of this winter storm continues. This is in Lumpkin County as the Fox 5 storm team monitors this changing situation for you.
And don't forget to download our new Fox 5 News app. You can watch our live streaming video, get the latest school closings, and breaking news updates even when your power is out. Just be sure to make sure those devices are fully charged. It's free on Apple and Android devices. Just search Fox 5 Atlanta. Well, the snow is really coming down in parts of North Georgia.
Yeah, downtown Dahlonega has been pelted with snow since about 3:30 this afternoon. That's where we find Fox 5's George Franco. George, how are you faring?
Well, Lisa and Russ, the heavy snow, which we saw around 3:30 to about 5:30, has eased up quite a bit. We're getting a mixture now of sleet and snow, and it has coated all of the Dahlonega Square with just a blanket of white all over the place. And of course, people are taking it in, doing the traditional snowball fights, and that's what we keep seeing. A lot of folks having a great time in the snow and the whiteout conditions, if you could say. I wouldn't quite go that far, but that's how some folks came over here and described it to us. What you see on the road there is the accumulation of the snow. We've not quite seen ice yet. That's because the sand trucks have come by from the city of Dahlonega and laid down a nice even coat of sand to prevent any miss-ups or slip-ups here in this downtown area. However, and this is a big however, the Emergency Management Services tells me that they have reported about 4 accidents in remote roads of Lumpkin County. In the hills and curves, I was told that those accidents have occurred because, well, the crews have gotten to these locations and laid down the sand in the more traveled areas. In the rural areas, they still haven't gotten there, and Georgia DOT obviously has their hands full, so the folks who live in those rural areas of these counties like Lumpkin County, they're the ones who are definitely at risk from problems. A number of accidents, I was told, and they're expecting more accidents as the night progresses. You'll recall this is Lumpkin County when we had that round of snow and ice earlier a few days ago. This is the place where a couple of deputies were in a vehicle and a big tree broke a limb and it crashed down on those 2 deputies. They're okay, but they are going through that and they're looking for anything like that. No report of any downed trees or anything like that. Some slippery roads, a number of accidents, a lot of people having a good time here in Dahlonega, and we're going to stay on the story and just keep bringing you the latest. But for now, in Lumpkin County, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
All right, you may be at risk with those snowballs being thrown behind you there, George. Thank you. Now, as we go to break, we want to show you this video from Woodstock as snow began to fall this afternoon. We expect more great pictures and video to come as the story moves through. Share you.
David Chandley back with you, watching the snow continue across North Georgia and the demarcation line in the northern suburbs. Rain down on the south side. This is Fox 5 Live Vipir, and this image hasn't changed a whole lot through the course of this afternoon and won't change much during the evening. We'll watch this. You go over towards Haralson County, Paulding County, northern Cobb County. Bit of a mix. There's the snow across the northern suburbs and into the foothills of the North Georgia mountains. And in the mountains, the snow continues, and that's certainly going to be the case. And the rain continues on the south side. You had a little sleet mixed in, every now and then a big snowflake mixed in, but for the most part it is rain in places like Noonan, Fayetteville, over towards Covington and points southbound. So as we roll through the evening, we anticipate that to continue. We'll watch that line for you. Here's the snow accumulations really going to town. Places like Canton and Dahlonega and Dawsonville and up through Cleveland and Blue Ridge. Later on this evening, first part of early tomorrow morning, we continue with that. So the precipitation is not letting up until long about 3-4 a.m. tomorrow morning. And again, those snowfall totals are going to be fairly impressive, and a nice little band in some areas, as much as 7 inches isolated, but I think 4 and 5 to 6 inches certainly not uncommon. And then we'll have to watch down towards places like Gwinnett County, North Fulton County, northern Cobb County, northern Paulding County for 2 and 3 inches of snow. That's the plan right now. And then we're going to see the precipitation, as you saw, continue for a little bit. So we may add some of these totals up there through 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Now, meteorologist Jeff Hill joins me here at Fox 5 Storm Center. And Jeff, one of the great things we get is feedback from the viewers in that this is verification that snow's on the ground.
You got it. And the easiest way to do that nowadays is through our Facebook page, Fox 5 Atlanta. It used to be email back in the old days. Here's a look at what's happening right now. This is from Courtney up in Dawsonville. She was paying attention in class. This is how you measure snow. You stick it on a firm surface like a railing or a table that's outside. Don't stick it in the ground. If you stick it in the grass, then you're just going to be measuring part of that as being the grass. So that comes to us from Courtney. Let's go take a look at this one here. Got another one for you. I'm going to click on there. This is actually some video that came to us from Louise, and this is better quality one. Snow in Canton, Georgia, up in Cherokee County. Look at those big, huge snowflakes that were falling. That seemed to be the case today, especially when that snow was coming down the heaviest. This is from Lindsay, Lindale, Georgia. Loves Fox 5. We love you too. Thanks for sending that in. Here's another one for you from Linda up in Big Canoe. I'm sure they got a lot of snow up there. That's a beautiful part of the state. And look at that. Absolutely a winter wonderland. Thanks for sending that in. And keep those pictures coming throughout the night. Of course, we'll show more of them to you coming up tonight at 10 and 11.
All right, Jeff, thanks very much. As you and David have been telling us, the majority of the snowfall has been in the northern reaches of Georgia.
Yeah, Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is in Gainesville with the latest on what's happening there. And Angelique, how is the snowfall where you are?
Well, you know, Lisa, the snow has actually turned to rain. We have seen that whole cycle of precipitation. We started with sleet, then we got big, thick, heavy snow. Now it's just rain. You can see that on the roadways behind me, and that's part of the problem. Hall County officials are telling me these roadways are actually treacherous. They're starting to get a lot of calls of accidents. Take a look at this one that we came upon here on Monday Mill Road just about an hour ago, where a truck making a turn actually lost its load. Now, when I talked with the deputy chief over at the Emergency Operations Center, he tells me the call volume is really starting to increase.
The last 10-15 minutes now, with the traffic starting to receive some motor vehicle accidents to go along with our typical other medical calls, we have had, I know of at least one power line that's been reported down.
So again, as the sun has gone down and the temperature drops, these roadways are the big concern. They are saying if you don't have to be on them, please stay at home. Reporting live in Hall County, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you, Angelique. Stay safe. For some people in North Georgia, this is just another round. The snow that was, a couple of days ago never left.
Exactly, and this new wave of winter weather is blanketing the area again. Fox 5's Trevor Shirley live in Cleveland now with the latest on what's happening there up in the mountains.
You know, earlier today when we checked in with you earlier in the newscast, the snow that was coming down with those really big, thick, heavy snowflakes, it was really wet. Now it's kind of shifted. We're dealing with a lighter precipitation, but it can't seem to make up its mind exactly what it wants to be. If it wants to be snow or if it wants to be sleet. I will say the good thing about this, It's perfect for making snowballs. Take a look at that. Kids are going to have a lot of fun with this tomorrow. Drivers, though, not so much. Let's go ahead and take a look out on the roadway, see if we can get a car or two passing. Right now, things are moving pretty smoothly, but I will say because this snow is so wet, people are going to have to take things very slow. You can see that guy right there going slower, using a slower speed right there because it is slick. You know, I noticed walking around this parking lot, you can slip and slide. So it's something that you have to be careful about. We have seen one or two snow plows out and about this evening, treating the roads, trying to get some of this up and off the roadways. So they are out there. They are making an effort. At this point, I'd say we've got about a half an inch or so of accumulation. I would expect that to increase throughout the evening, and we're going to stay out here throughout the evening, bring you more updates at 10 and 11 and again tomorrow morning. For now, though, just standing here monitoring the conditions. We are live in Cleveland. I'm Trevor Shirley, Fox 5 News.
You had a lot more snow on you earlier, that's for sure. Trevor, thanks. As we go to break tonight, we'd like to thank Fox 5 viewer Anthony for sending in this video from Austell this afternoon. We expect more great pictures and video to come in as the storm moves through, and we ask you to share yours. And check out our photo gallery on myfoxatlanta.com. It's under our special winter weather coverage section right there on the homepage.
Well, the wet weather has hit Atlanta for hours now, but there's no snow accumulation just yet.
Yeah, so how is the wet weather impacting the downtown connector? Well, Fox 5's Morse Diggs is in Midtown overlooking I-75-85. And Morse, how is the traffic there?
Well, the traffic is flowing smoothly, but let me first talk about the conditions that we're seeing here. We are in Midtown on North Avenue. It's very wet, and with some wind, we've got a chill. Now, we've been here since about 2:30 this afternoon. During all that time, except for a few minutes of some flakes and some sleet, we've had rain on top. Now, take a look at I-75. My photographer, AJ, is going to zoom in there as best he can to show you that we've got some red lights there, traffic coming in there. Rush hour here was actually between 4 to 5 o'clock. Not much traffic right now, but you see that they're moving at the speed limit. Maybe that's not such a good idea. The roads are very wet, but traffic is moving. Now, they've tried as best as possible to have kind of a routine here in Midtown because we never actually saw the snow. The Varsity has remained open throughout the afternoon and the evening. People are in having their dogs, but even the Varsity is set to close earlier than usual tonight. Report live from Midtown. I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
All right. So what do you have? What do you have? Rain or snow?
Yeah, I was going to
right?
say, this seems to be the story tonight. You either have rain or you either have snow.
And it looks like that hadn't changed much. The folks got rain, continue to get rain. The folks getting snow will continue to get snow tonight. And that's where we're getting those impressive totals up there. Already several inches in North Georgia and several more inches to go as we get into the evening hours. We'll be watching the temperatures certainly very closely. So as you take a look at what's happening now hour by hour, and you can see that we get a little bit of movement there as that rain-snow line right across the top end perimeter with all snow there in North Georgia. And it's going to continue tonight and through early tomorrow morning. And even on the back edge of this system, we still see pumping out some snow showers and not ending until about 3 or 4 in the morning. And then the big concern, obviously up there, where you get all this precipitation, the snow and some of the sleet, is freezing temperatures, right around 32 degrees or so tomorrow morning. So certainly take it easy on the roads.
Well,
wait a while.
Well, the good news we heard from Morse is not a lot of traffic on the road, so that is certainly perfect.
Yep. A lot of schools closed, and we'll have more school closings for you as the night progresses. We thank you, David. Obviously, you're the man of the hour. Let us know what's going on.
Jeff and I will be here. Yes.
And thank you for joining us tonight for Fox 5 News at 6.
Yeah, we leave you with this beautiful shot from Cleveland, Georgia. Stay safe, stay warm, and stay at home.
And thank you for streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live. Good evening once again, everybody, from our newsroom here in Atlanta. I'm Will Nunley. You just saw the end there of Fox 5 News at 6, but certainly our streaming coverage is going to continue well on through the night because we still have plenty of the story to tell. We're going to be sharing your pictures and videos as well as our crews in the field as they continue to tell the story tonight. So what we're going to do is continue to watch the maps. We're going to string Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar here for you, as well as some of the latest models and maps as they're coming in to us this evening, and continue to share that information really throughout the night. I appreciate everybody who's streaming along with us and who's helping to tweet out the message and letting folks know that we're going to continue streaming information all throughout the night here on Fox 5 Live. You can tweet us your photos at Fox5 Atlanta. Use the hashtag Fox5Storm. That helps us find that as well. Post things to our Facebook page where you're on Facebook /Fox5 Atlanta. And all of this kind of comes together on our homepage at myfoxatlanta.com. So we hope you're home safe tonight. We hope that certainly you're able to just watch all of this take place in the comfort of your home, because we're not seeing too terrible of a picture here in the Atlanta metro area, but as you've seen for our storytellers tonight, it is certainly an impressive show all through North Georgia, with several areas seeing some significant snow right now. So that's what we're tracking for you. We'll continue to keep an eye on things here throughout Metro Atlanta, throughout North Georgia, really, all throughout the evening. What's going to be the challenge now is finding those cameras that are up, that have really a lot of a good picture to show you. So what we're going to do now is kind of refresh and regroup with a lot of our crews and make sure that we're able to kind of give you a picture that's something that you can see and experience this hour, because the sun's going down, so it's going to be difficult in some of these areas that we've been tonight to bring you a full picture, but that's what we're going to be working to do with our crews and kind of coordinating with them. So we appreciate, like I said, you streaming along with us, and we'll continue bringing you all this information right here on Fox 5 Live, and we will continue our stream throughout the evening. Here's a live look at Fox 5 Live Vipir Radar. So what you're seeing right here is the Fox 5 Stormchaser still making its way back to the Atlanta metro area. It's been in Polk County and several of our northern counties tonight, and it is an impressive shot right now, kind of pulling into a Waffle House parking lot to regroup. But normally we can see the hood of the Fox 5 Stormchaser, but not right now. So you can see the heavy snowfall. And again, we were looking just a second ago at live Vipir Radar, and we see these bands. We've been talking about these bands are going to be heavier snowfall than others. And it looks like that's one of them right there. An incredible amount of snow still coming down, and it's really not going to let up anytime soon. And we'll be checking in a little bit later with the Fox 5 Storm team to kind of pinpoint more of where that's happening. But this is a live look at the Fox 5 Stormchaser as it makes its way through Rome, kind of those areas heading back down the interstate to us at our Fox 5 studios here as we kind of continue and coordinate with our crews this evening and figure out where everybody's headed to right now. But this is kind of an incredible image here of how fast this snow is coming down. Certainly not something you see every day. Keep streaming along with us on Fox 5 Live. Well, how about that music, huh? We picked that especially for you. Thanks for streaming along with us here tonight on Fox 5 Live. And I think the time has come where we're going to take a break for just a little while, but we can rejoin you here a little bit later. We've been on streaming for you since about noon today. But if anything major develops, we will certainly hop back on and bring that to you here. Just keep an eye on our Twitter feed, keep an eye on our Facebook page as well, and we will restart a YouTube stream certainly if we have any major developments to bring you. I appreciate everybody who's joined us throughout today. Let us know what you think about this service and anything that you'd like to see in the future. We'll work on bringing that to you for sure. I'd like to thank all of our crews that have worked so hard to bring the information today, and for all of you who sent in pictures and video to us from around the area. We've gotten them, we've taken a look at them, we've used most everything on the air today, and we really appreciate that. One of the easiest ways to send that to us in the future is to download our free Fox 5 News app. That's where a lot of this stuff came into us today. So search for the Fox 5 Atlanta News app there in your app stores, and feel free to send along any of the pictures and videos from your neck of the woods. We hope you're home safe and able to enjoy the snowfall now at home with your family. We're going to leave you now. But we will rejoin you certainly if we have any press conferences or any major developments to bring you here tonight. We appreciate you streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live.